So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay, won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. Coming for the throne. Kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins. Won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it. I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it all.
Hello there.
Storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. For the throne.
Starters, one out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rise. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a pill that keeps us floating.
Shoppers better took those risks. Cold blood in my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million, we'll reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rise.
Wait. Alright, cool. Hello? Hello? Yeah. What? How goes things? Hello? Nice. I'm glad, Sneaky. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's the only reason I do Cabadons is because people like it. But hello, Ari. How you doing? But yeah, we got peoples, we got sevens. Sevens is first officially. Mad Lad, congratulations, and also officially and unofficially was first. Yeah, I think. Yeah, we got a sevens. We got a Javi. We got a Fallen. We got Sneaky. We got Ari. Heckin' team. And a Melanie. Oh, hey, Melanie. What's up? How's work going? And a Naga and a Jones. Yeah. All the people. Thank you so much. Hello. How's the day going? How's the evening going? How's the time zone going? Pretty well? Oh, good. No headache today? Hello? So I am kind of no brain today, as per usual. Got like with the nap, I got about 5. About 5 with the nap. Doing my stuff. But we're gonna do a nice reading. We're gonna finally get around to Tiny Bunny episode 3, but there's gonna be 5, so we're gonna have to wait for other stuff at some point. 1 hour behind. Burrito ate for breakfast, battling my stomach. Oh no. Y'all gonna have a nice comfy bunny. Break time. Yeah. How's Nuggy doing? Hopefully no anxiety. I'll make you redo the. They do, actually. That's why I was gonna ask that. So, before stream, I had opened up Tiny Bunny and then skipped all the way to episode 3. But I wanted to offer you either we can just start where that new save is, or we can skip everything together. And so you can kind of get a refresher, a really quick like montage refresher of what happened so far. Because I know it's been a while. It's been like a year. Because I looked at my saves and they were back in September of last year. So it's been a bit. Because this episode 3 came out in December, I think. Or end of November, something like that. Culprits. Stinky Bear. Yeah, you did it. Bap 'em. Also, Caesars. Dude. Yeah, pretty Stinky Bear. But also, it's Assassin. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? Satisfactory? Nice. Wasn't there an update to that? I didn't get to catch it, unfortunately. But welcome, Raiders. For those that don't know, I am Kel. I'm a Dragon VTuber. I play a variety of games with a focus on horror and VR. Welcome. That was one of the first games I saw you play. Ah, nice, Naga. Memories. But yeah. How was was it satisfactory? Another video. Wow. Update 6 dropped today. Stream was good. Getting back into being satisfactory. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, I'm glad you had fun. We need to play stuff together. Together? I'm not even reading yet. Together at some point. Again. Hello, friend at arms. How you doing? Gotta put stuff together. I just need Fallen's narrator skills, yeah? Cause new update on things. Yeah, we got some nice Phasmo update. Yeah. We gotta do that. No, I never hear you, Flub. Never. Just so you know. If I never hear it, it never happens. Durkin word is law. Fashmo. Yeah. It makes me think like fashion. Fashion spookies. Gotta walk the runway. Drank a lot of tea. Not so sleepy. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, those words don't go together. Yeah, protect me, Squire. You never hear Boop sleep. Yeah, when does Boop sleep? Does Nuggy snore? Do we know? Probably have to ask Shawl or something, right? So sleepy, normal self soon. Aw, well, I hope you get a good sleep in at some point, yeah? Get enough sleep for me. Dang it. But what was I gonna say? But yeah, what was the decision that everybody wants to do? Like an NDA? No. Never. You would tell me, I'm sure. VTuber snores. Yeah, there we go. But no, did y'all want like a refresher course on the stories so far and we could just skip together, or do you want me to just start at episode 3? What's your preference? Because I will say that there was a point where I loaded in and I was like, I have no memory of this place. I mean, once I remembered, because I think it was you, Fallen, that showed me the whole the skip to not to actually, there was 2 options. One was like skip and one was like everything or text, that kind of thing. And so it was a lot faster when I skipped everything. Also, I got my mouth. That is not very era. I like vaguely remember you talking to a mystery danger girl and to me. Do it. Yeah, there was the Foxy lady, right? Good slime. And the spooky owl thing. Yeah. I got. Recap man, be good. Okay, we'll do this together. I think that would be a good time. Yeah, just there were woods. There were Russian woods. Congratulations, you learned it. Gasm. I mean, like those gasms are getting really rare. They keep bonking all the emotes, right? And the funny thing is too, like from what I understand, if one of your emotes gets legitimately bonked and stuff like that, then you lose like privileges of like the auto approval emotes and follower emotes. So like kind of dangerous having anything that Twitch doesn't like as an emote. Bedoyan, hey, how you doing? Yeah. Because I think I remember Nina complaining about that on Twitter. Because she had a emote bonked and it's been like 2 years or something like that, and she still doesn't have those back. I don't know if they ever give those back, actually. So, I don't know. Gotta be careful with those emotes. Just needs someone reporting it, I guess, or whatever, for them to just be like, no more. Yeah, Twitch be angry. I mean, did you see all this stuff? I haven't really dug into it too deeply, but I guess there was this big controversy with gambling. And so Twitch was super quick to be like, no gambling. We're gonna look into it, we're gonna fix it. And then everyone's like, hey, what about the racism and homophobia? The hate raids? Maybe? Something? It's kind of sad funny, I guess. But this gasm emote's okay, yeah, basically. Yeah. Oh, did everyone, I know it's kind of, I guess, Twitch gossipy, but did y'all see the thing, what was it, like a few weeks ago or a month ago or something like that? Whatever, I don't know. There was a girl that was banned, but only for, I guess, suspended for like a week for basically having sex on stream. But only a suspension. Okay, cool. Like, man. They didn't really show it, but you could see reflection. You could see a reflection in the window, apparently. Yeah. Yeah, so fair. Yeah. Super fair, let me tell ya. Man. Yeah, let's go ahead and switch to a nice, That's not what I wanted. There we go. I don't know why that... Yeah, I guess that's right. Okay, never mind. I had to remember I did put that move transition into that. But yeah, we're gonna do a new game because every episode of Tiny Bunny, I don't know game development, so I can't really be super judgy, but man, what are they breaking every episode that they make you have to, that your save is not valid anymore. Internet pooped for a second. What? That was my internet on Saturday, right? Big poop. Just a huge load of poop. Yeah, basically. Okay, so we are gonna... Okay, you ready? You ready for the summary of what we've experienced so far? Oh, have you not watched us do Tiny Bunny stuff? Okay, everything. We're skipping everything, so be prepared for thingies, okay? Yeah. The summary is a bunny, and maybe other things. Okay. Oh yeah, I have prompts here. Blah blah blah, judgy parents. Blah blah blah, spooky. Animal rave. Bra. That's kind of loud, isn't it? This is a little bit speed. How's the sound on those? Okay. Yeah, we have to do some of this. The exploration is slow.
Anton!
Oh no. No. Lie to mom. Look at thing. Take paper. Trim back. Open. There's a thing there. Okay. Description. Yeah, basically. I forget. Were we taking the glove or running away from this? I don't remember. I think it was the same result. Either way, I think I run. Took it before? Take it. Angry, went out in the woods. It's all your imagination. Ben. Forgot about that. Totally the sound a bear makes. Oh yeah, this was, do we watch a show or do we look at the window? I think that's what's the option. Yeah, bear goes moo. Javi, do you go moo? Is that your call of nature? That late night horror TV? Okay. Oh, were we gonna watch more of it or were we gonna look for the Disney movie? I think that's what it was, right? Yes. Yeah. So we could either search for thing or we could just watch it, I think. I don't remember. I think that was the option. Javi's gonna totally miss Community Day, right? I think, right? I believe he's still traveling. Copying over the Disney, yeah, basically. Okay. Yeah, because it was Peter Pan. Guess this was our only option. Okay, now we're into episode 2, I think. Maybe? Yeah, it's your favorite, Tim. It's your girl. Oh, but Javi can move for us there, right? We took the candy, obviously. Danger candy. But tastefully dangerous. You know, like dangerously cheesy, right? There was like Honk Honk. That guy that disappears after we notice him. Not sussy at all. The bullies. Or bullies, not bullies. And Ento. I guess we're just reading. Missing kid. The bully. Bully girl. All that. Oh yeah, I forgot. We were gonna fight back, but we sucked at it. Do we do again fight back, or do you want to endure? We could. You want the pain? Do you want to bring the pain, or try to bring the pain upon yourself? Because I think we. Yeah, here comes the pain. Fight back. Dang, you punched him in the ear. Mystery girl.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Elisa, Polina. Did we pick Elisa or Polina? And there's a map to look at. I guess I could. I don't remember what it said. Let's switch that back real quick. Abandoned zinc bucket with a rag on the bottom of it filled to the brim with murky tap water. It reeked of salty chemicals and the stench was so intense that I felt sick. I staggered away from it, praying that I don't meet the same fate as the person on cleaning duty. Oh, that's rude. Turn me around and I'll tell you who's stupid. That something offensive is written on the other side. I wonder how long would Semyon keep turning it around if it fell into his hands. Wow. What was this? Somebody left their school shoes on the windowsill. Judging from their size, they belong to a boy my age. Oh, John. This is totally random, but does Durgan know the TikTok that was circling around about that corpse waifu voice in Valorant? Corpse waifu voice. I don't think. Well, I don't know. I get occasional Valorant videos, but I think they're mainly from like Glitter Fart and stuff like that. So I don't know. Yeah, or Best Girl Mop. Yeah, Mop Chan. Sorry, Fan Chan. Ugh, y'all are so fickle. You betrayed Fan Chan. Classmates have been asking me one by one on different days, asking if I'm scared. Wait, but corpse waifu, you don't. I would assume that they would have like a corpse husband voice, right? What kind of like? I don't know. I guess you'll have to send me a clip. Find a clip. Send it to me. I wanna see what this voice sounds like. Hear what this voice sounds like? Throw hands for QP? Yeah. Okay. So did we pick Elisa or Polina? Yeah, I really don't remember. I feel like we picked Fox Girl, but I'm not 100%. We can renew our choices today. You guess what with danger? That sounds like chat, right? You don't want to go with the violin girl, right? You don't want to protect her when she's walking home, right? Very curious. I might argue Polina because shouldn't leave her alone, but also Fox Girl, yeah. There's no way Tim passed up Fox Girl. He does like the danger girls, I will say. And you know she has a really nice tail, right? If it's a fox, a big fluffy tail, you can say no to that, right? Fox Girl's the safe route? No. Waiting respectfully. Yeah, just in the window, waiting for you. Okay, we're gonna go. Don't just turn down the Fox Girl and expect no con. That is true. Okay, do you want to start here or do you want to continue skippy skip? Since we're not really remembering a lot of this. Yeah, that's true. You get Elisa to be slightly more danger. Extra helping of danger, which Tim would also like too. Think it ends pretty quickly? Yeah, probably. After closing my backpack, I ran down the stairs. That's some real running. I scanned my surroundings through the window in the main hall. Nobody suspicious in sight. The school doors creaked. The sound was similar to the music from a thriller, the high note that comes before an intense scene. They've been asking me after I did my presentation for class, and apparently it's because I usually use my bass voice that they really suspected. Wow. Do you even play Valorant though? Or is that your sneaky game? Is your secret identity? You're actually a Valorant player? I have only played Valorant once, and that was during the beta. And I managed to like force a stress headache on myself because I got super like, oh god, everyone's depending on me. Yeah, actually Valorant PogChamp player, yeah. your sneaky game. No, the real sneaky game is the steppies, right? I ran around the school corner, trying not to catch anyone's attention. Jet main? I feel like... I mean, Nuggy would be a Viper main, right? Right? I don't know about Sage. I feel like Viper. I don't know. The smell of pastry and burnt sugar wafted from the school cafeteria. I froze when I saw a silhouette in the second floor window. It must be Polina, gliding a bow on violin strings with her head slightly tilted to the side. Felt more out of touch with anything you guys have ever put in chat before. Who are these characters? I wish I could hear the melody she played, but Polina was only a dark outline on the window's yellow sheet. I dragged my feet forward. I mainly know Viper from cosplays, I think, and she's pretty hot. And then there's like, what's his name? Chambers? I think I know Chambers. I think that's the guy with the glasses. It'd be about the same. It'd be the same about Apex if not for Assassin streams. Yeah, basically. The net on a football goal in the yard fluttered in the wind. The same wind that hurled small white whirlwinds through the field. Somewhere nearby, an invisible tractor was humming, scaring away the crowd of cawing birds. The hum of its engine sounded like the howls of hungry beasts that chased me through the snowy desert. Elisa and her scary mask also came to mind. Right now, in the light of day, it was really hard to believe she was real. What did she say back then? At the backyard near the hanged man. What did she mean by that? We got a squirrel. Squirrel. A forest squirrel, chomping on sunflower seeds. Someone from the school is probably feeding her. Interesting. Oh. I looked at the wall. There was a hanged man drawn under the thin black line of resin. Someone played the hangman here. Something was scribbled on both sides of the man. Escape, fear, truth.
Ближе, мой сладкий.
Come closer, sweetheart. It took me a while to realize where the sound was coming from. My eyes strolled through the cul-de-sac at the school backyard, through windows and snow. One of the snow piles started trembling, like a volcano before it erupts.
Отдай твое сердце!
Did it! Give me your heart. In the blink of an eye, the white crust crumbled, and a fox jumped at me. She made a gracious bow, enjoying the effect her appearance had on me. You know, this would be actually a pretty good cosplay, right? If you could get that, black and white, grayscale stuff going on. But not during a summer convention. Would be way too hot. Anyway, she made a gracious bow, enjoying the effect her appearance had on me. The silver of snow shined on her coat. Free jump scares are... Wow. Oh, that was kind of hot. Yeah, death. But it would be, like, overall pretty easy, right? You would just have to get kind of a realistic mask, and then you just have to have a parka, basically. I don't know what her lower half looks like, though. Oh, and glovies, I guess. I think Tim fainted. That's his dream girl right there. I couldn't even imagine that thinking about girls with tails can be this. I don't know what to compare it to. Something infectious? Toxically sweet? Fight back, or your heart is in my bag.
Сердце потерял?
She giggled so enthusiastically that it forced me to smile.
Да ну тебя!
Oh, come on. I quickly rolled a ball of snow and threw it at Elisa. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. A hit to the shoulder.
Ох ты ж! Гадкий мальчишка!
Ah, you insolent boy.
Да, вот такой я!
Yeah, that's me. The fox slowly backed down, trying to arm herself.
Ты хитер, да мы хитрей!
You are sly, but I'm a fox.
Ловок ты, да мы ловчей! Ха!
I think out of the box. Her retribution was swift. A snowball arched its way above the snowy yard and the ravens flying in the air. I wanted to duck, but slipped and fell to my knees. And while I was getting up, I caught a huge chunk of snow with my face. It burned up from the cold. I swore loudly from immense disappointment.
Блядь!
Using the words I heard in Sector Gaza's songs on the cassettes, I hid from my parents. Oh, what was this? Okay. Soviet and Russian rock band. Oh, Hillbilly Punk, founded by songwriter and singer Yuri. Blah, blah, blah. Popular Western rock bands use a lot of profanity and fairy tale themes. Died from overdosing on drugs. Sleepy drugs. If Dad heard this, he would have definitely gave me a good whipping. He had very low tolerance towards obscene words and always communicated in clean Russian.
Да ладно тебе.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Не больно же совсем.
He can't hurt that much. She brushed off my hood as if to show compassion, took me by the elbow, and helped me get up. With care uncharacteristic for a child, she took off my glasses, blew away the snowflakes that were stuck to them, and handed them back.
Вот так. Один-один,
Take care.
Тоша.
Take care, Nuggy. Have a good rest of school things. Yeah? Now we're even, Tosha. Only people who were close to me called me that. And I haven't even seen her real face, didn't know her last name, what class she was from, and if she had a real tail under her coat.
Желаешь отыграться?
Want to get ahead?
Мы хотели поискать Вову, помнишь?
We were going to look for Vova, remember?
Лучше поторопиться.
We'd better
У меня
hurry
родители
before my
станут
parents
искать.
start looking for me. The fox let out a lazy yawn.
Родители.
Parents. Yeah, that's a really good mask, huh?
Как скучно. Да не будь ты таким занудой.
Don't be so boring.
Давай чуть-чуть поиграем. Все равно тебе дома тоскливо.
Let's play for a bit. You're always bored at home anyway.
А ты откуда знаешь?
And how do you know that?
Тоже мне тайна.
It's not even a secret.
Со взрослыми да в четырех стенах. Тоска смертная. Всегда.
It's always way too boring being locked up in a house full of adults.
У меня от стены взрослых нервный тик. Вот.
Do you just drop your tail and run? I get all jittery from both houses and parents. See? Her furry fox brow started twitching. I faked a laugh in reply, unsure whether being able to move parts of her mask like that was genuinely funny or not.
Ну же, Тоша, решайся.
Come on, Tosha. Don't be scared.
Я же вижу, ты хочешь поиграть.
I see. I can see you want to play.
Если победишь...
Yeah, I appreciate some too. And if you win... The fox girl got dangerously close to me and stood up on her tiptoes, almost touching my face with her rough little nose. Playful fires danced deep in her eyes. She smelled nice, like berries in Saturn. Is this the smell of independence and true freedom? I mean, the kind where all you have to do in your life is run wild and eat sweets. Her whisper poured into my ear like scalding hot water.
Если победишь, буду твоим провожатым.
If you win, I'll be your guide.
Поверь, мне есть что тебе показать.
Believe me, I have lots of things to show you.
Найдем твоего Вову.
Yeah, it smells like berries. We'll surely find your Vova, for one. I felt as if a giant invisible spring bent inside me. My tummy hurt, but the sensation was somehow not exactly unpleasant. It was so weird. I just had a conversation with Polina, and now Elisa was going to drag me along with her.
А если проиграю?
And what if I lose?
Душу из тебя выцарапаю, неженка.
Oh, claw out your soul, softy. Yeah, this is a girl that's all there. Yeah, completely.
Давай, скорей.
Come on, let's go. Is this your safe girl, Tim? Is she still your safe girl? We'll find your boba. Yeah. Oh, it's Ryu. How you doing? She burst out laughing, whipped the hem of her coat, and ran towards the road we used to come to school in the morning. She seems cool, yeah. Her promise. That sounded almost like a threat. Hypnotized. It's Tim.
She
It's
seems
Tim.
nice, Papa Tim. Is this my new mother?
I bent down and scooped up some snow. I wish I had a device that could tell whether Elisa was joking or being serious. Or is there always a third option with people like her? How's Rhea doing? Between her jokes, her laughter, and her hot breath on my ear, I wanted to win. To punish her for the lightness and freedom she possessed that was clearly too much for an average girl. What? When I, on the other hand, was possessed, or rather intoxicated, by the thirst for adventure, by my curiosity. Just like that time when I ate the cherries from Mom's nalivka and lied down with my eyes closed while the bed was spinning under me. Okay, what is this? Nalivka, a sweet alcoholic drink made from fruits and berries, often called berry vodka, normally contains only 25 to 30% of alcohol. Only. Okay. I spat, then cleaned my lips. Do you want to play, little sister fox? Well then, let's play. I armed myself with a snowball and chased the fleeting fox girl. Girls can't have berry smells. It's too much for them. Yeah. I saw a familiar street with a wooden post that didn't look scary anymore. They were just logs, covered in snow. If I were to shout now, the guard dogs would start barking and their owners would peek out from their windows. Elisa's small silhouette was mocking me from far away, so it was useless to try hitting her with a snowball for now. Waste of ammunition. Birches, mutilated by the cold, peeked out to view along the clear road. A giant snow pile towered near one of the trees. This was probably the place where the tractor brought all the snow from the village. A whole family of foxes would fit in such a pile. No, I thought, she's the only fox around here. She alone is already too much. My second morning acquaintance was running around near the edge of the forest, the stray dog with a mangy tail. She sniffed around and marked the naked berry bushes and ran towards the other one. Elisa showed up from under the hill.
Жулька! За мной, девочка!
Zulka, follow me, girl. The dog's ears perked up. It barked in agreement and followed her lead. Bark, bark. We ran farther and farther, exchanging snowballs, laughing and stumbling. The winter forest towered in front of us, reaching for the low clouds. We were at the edge of its shadow, bony and almost corporeal. The fox hid behind a huge pine, clearly trying to get close to me, and shoved some snow down my collar. It was a good plan, but Zulka, who was running circles around her, gave her away. I broke off a dry branch and decided to act even trickier. I put my hat on it and peeked it from the side of the pine. I'll make her think that it's my head. I bit my lip to stop myself from laughing, then jumped out from the other side and performed a point-blank throw. Elisa probably cracked my plan right away, but still let me win 3-1. I was wounded in the leg, and she got shot in the chest and in the stomach, losing imaginary blood in front of my eyes, pleading for mercy, while also choking from laughter.
Молюсь, жалься!
Please, mercy. Yes, apparently. Blood, 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 and death. Yes. I'm dying.
Да все, живи!
Okay, I'll let you live.
Спасибо, добрый рыцарь.
Oh, thank you, O valiant knight. She pretended to bow to me, then grabbed 2 full handfuls of snow and, like a dying warrior, threw them my way in a last-ditch effort. I dodged her attack easily. Laughing uncontrollably and being mad at the same time, I finished her with 2 precise shots.
Живи.
He'll let me live, huh?
Научил бы меня жить
Learn
просунутый
me
язык.
how to do it if you're so smart.
Молчи, ты умерла уже!
Shut up, you're already dead.
Тоже мне помеха.
I imagine that the bullets, of course, is the whole hunting fox thing, of course, but yeah, like, yeah, that's, I don't think I've played snowball fights that way. Ha! When did that stop me?
Давай сыграем
Let's play
в
something
кое-что
more interesting.
поинтереснее.
She dashed behind the trees after blowing snow in my direction.
Раз, два, прилети, сова.
1, 2, time to play with you.
3, 4, 5, время поиграть.
3, 4, 5, the owl will arrive. I hesitantly moved towards the windfall.
6, да, 6, дыбом волчья шерсть.
6 on end, the wolf's gray fur will stand. I thought I was a real. I guess it saw. I thought I saw a real tail gliding across the bushes. I rushed to the intertwined branches that helped Elisa to hide as if something was pulling me there. I had to move them, tear them off like spiderweb. Branches sprang back in my face, but it felt like they were caressing my cheeks and not hitting them. The harvester heart, yeah. Very trusting child. I was sweating, but still had a lot of stamina left. I'll make sure to catch you, little fox. Elisa's voice was wandering among the windfall.
7, 8, бьем копытом озимь.
7, 8, stomp your hooves in wait.
А я тебя недооценила.
Seems like I underestimated you.
Думала, ты просто мальчик.
I thought you were just a boy. Confident that she was behind the dry pine, I rushed to intercept her. But the local acoustics tricked me. Her voice was already echoing from the other side.
А ты зайчик.
And you're a bunny.
Шустренький, хорошенький.
So nimble, so cute. A snowball flew at me from the shadows, whistling near my ear.
Я тебе дам, зайчик!
I'll show you a bunny. Really?
Дай мне зайчика, дай.
Yeah, do that. Show me. A bright fox fur coat flashed near a rotten stump. I rushed there, jumping over a ravine.
Зайчик, выходи скорей. Мясом накорми зверей.
Bunny, show yourself. Be brave. Give the beast fresh meat they crave. This furry collar that flashed from every tree was the most important thing in the world for me. My lips started trembling, as if I was a cowboy that was chasing his prey? One jump, and the fox was in my embrace, as smooth and desirable. Or so smooth and desirable.
Все, ты победил.
Fine, you win. She leaned against the scratchy bark and started puffing.
Пожалуйста, давай немного отдохнем.
Please, let's have a break.
Ты слишком быстрый, слишком сильный, лакомый слишком.
Yeah, I'm not sure they know how cowboys work. You're too fast, too strong, too tasty. Satisfied, I put my hands on my sides, waiting for the spoils of war from the defeated girl. But what I got instead was a sly snowball in my smug face. The cunning fox ran away, roaring with laughter, but I wasn't even mad about it. I needed to catch up to Elisa, to tackle and subdue her, tear off her mask and see everything.
Бедный зайчик прыгает
Poor little bunny jumps around
возле мокрых сосен.
in the wet pine forest,
Страшно в лапы волку серому попасть.
afraid of getting eaten by the big gray wolf,
Думает о лете, прижимает уши.
thinking of hot summer, keeping his ears low.
На небо косится, небо не видать.
Sneaking glances at the hidden sky. The sky really did disappear under the trees. I moved using the barking of Zulka as a guide since she was closely following her owner, and I was getting closer. And the same trail I imagined back at school blinked under my feet. It turned out that running like there's no tomorrow was so easy. Faster, higher, faster. I felt like there was a well of untapped potential inside me, and I drew from it. My muscles were buzzing, my lungs felt bigger, and I felt much stronger overall. Even my vision became sharper. I saw every icy branch, every dent in the bark. Something colorful was lying near the bushes, a piece of clothing. And another colorful spot to the right. Elisa was losing her clothes on the run, like shedding her skin. I also used my teeth to take off my mittens, excited by all that. I'll get naked and feel all the wind to the last drop. Faster. I reached out to take off my hat, to throw away everything that stopped me from running wild in this endless forest. Just time to get naked. The backpack slowed me down, so I threw it in the snow, along with all the pens that were inside, and all the notebooks, all of my drawings on the sidelines, and a dinosaur for Olya. Olya. Suddenly, a clear picture appeared in my mind. My sister, standing near a window, basking in the dusking sun. Her small, childish palms are pressed to the glass, leaving marks when they warmed it up. She could warm up the whole world like that. She's looking at the taiga and saying my name.
Тоша!
Tosha. I stopped, took a deep breath, and realized how rash and stupid I was, trying to undress in the middle of a forest while chasing a fox. I returned to get my backpack, as if it was a part of my being I dropped. Little Russian child, do not get naked in the snow. You're gonna get cold. I mean, if he got naked in the snow, it's probably not gonna be just a cold that he's gonna have to worry about, huh? I remembered again how my sister didn't like to be left home alone, how she asked me to come home faster. What kind of brother am I? Running in the forest that I used to scare my sister with. Things are gonna freeze. I'm having fun, while she's not even allowed over the doorstep. Sit in your cage, Olya, and watch the same cartoons over and over.
Тоша! Тоша!
Да, Оленька.
Yes, Olya.
Тоша, а куда?
Tosha, where are you?
Куда так скачешь, чмошник?
Where are you hopping to, fucker? Wow. Sister? From the darkness behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared smirking Semyon with a bunch of his cronies. That's real good.
Ну, здорово, Антошка.
Yo, Antoshka.
Хе-хе, не вышло сдрыснуть, да?
Thought you could slip away, huh?
Очкарик, выпит фарик на.
Check out this four-eyed freak, eh? They surrounded me like a carnivorous pride, making me step back. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if I'd licked a battery.
Алиса!
Elisa, the name of my companion, turned into a stifled cough. Pines were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. I was frantically looking everywhere. I dreamt of finding that fox among the trees, expected her to come to my rescue. But only the wind replied to my pleas.
Где Алиса?
Where's Elisa?
Что вы с ней сделали?
What did you do to her? I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary.
Какая еще Алиса?
Who the fuck's Elisa?
У тебя чё, кукуха поехала?
Did you hit your head?
Не ссы, ща вмиг вылечим.
Did you see that? This says the North fake. They made it a point to make a whole ass brand logo on there. Oh man, sneaky. Thank you. What? What? Sills. How's Sills doing? Welcome, Raiders. For those that don't know, I am Kel. I am a Dragon VTuber. I am a variety streamer that focuses on horror and a bit of VR. How was the stream? Playing some Audica Pew-Pews. Nice.
Did see that it didn't.
How's Sills doing? How's the stream? Good pew-pews? But we are currently doing Tiny Bunny, which is a horror visual novel, Russian. And yeah, we're encountering a nice bully. When I saw Tiny Bunny, I mean it's Russian, so Tiny Bunny can be a lot of different things, yeah? Good pew-pews? I'm glad to hear. Hope you're doing pretty good. Not a lot of work, I hope. Man. Sneaky. The horror, yeah. Whatever, we'll fix you right up. The fatso spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against a tree.
Ну как,
So,
полегчало?
feeling better now? He can't be. Did Elisa really lure me into this trap, to these bastards? What? Wow, Javi. No, I can't believe this.
Глядите-ка, пацаны, а здесь он не такой борзый, как в школе.
Looky here, guys. He's not so brave here compared to the school.
Ага, вылитый терпиловна.
A total wimp, eh?
Ты, сука, приезжая, не
You
на того
fucked.
руку поднял.
You fucked with the wrong guy, a transfer student. Semyon was moving toward me, readying his fist. In that moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected. Seemed like Baburin wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy, who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong and sharp teeth. Probably decided to have some fun at my expense first.
Слышь, Гондон Батькович,
Wow. Hey, blah.
это что ли твоя Алиса?
Is this your Elisa? Oh no. Only then I noticed Nzulka beside my legs, trembling from the cold, snow plastered all over its fur. Okay, take care, Sills. Thank you again for the raid. Have a good relax, yeah? The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hand.
Ой ты, батюшки.
Oh my.
Алиса, ко
Алиса.
мне, сучка блохастая.
Come here, you flea-ridden bitch. The others let out nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up and she started carefully moving closer.
Иди сюда. Иди, дам кое-чего.
Yeah, come here. I've got something for you. Of course. The dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard it flew into the nearest snow pile, squealing. The whole gang burst out laughing, and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on the tree branches let out frightened caws. Yeah, and just in case nobody realized, these children are evil, yeah. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight of the sleeping forest. Or were that just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind?
Робка, она ж
That
больше
dental
срать
hygiene.
не сможет.
Hey Merv, how you doing? Romka, it won't be able to shit after this.
Давай теперь я.
Let me kick the fucking thing one more time.
Второй раз ебану минус
2
на
negatives
минус
will make a
доскрипс.
positive. But the stray was already nowhere to be seen.
Чего ты, баран?
What? Are you an idiot?
Втолкуй его на очкарику, где его место.
Go and show the Four Eyes his place.
Только так, чтобы он понял.
In a way, he'll understand.
Ага, за ним кофякна.
Yeah, he fucking owes you.
Этот очкарик тебе при всем классе всек.
This wimp whacked you in front of the whole class.
Да без Б.
Sure thing. Semyon brought a sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face.
Ща, парашник, я тебе этой печаткой так заряжу. Клеймо на всю жизнь останется.
In a moment, I'll hit your face so hard it'll leave a mark for the rest of your life. Where did all my inner strength and bravery go?
Стой!
Stop! A wheezy whisper left my lips, and my head tilted forward, hitting Semyon's fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes.
Яша, подсоби!
Yasha, give me a hand. Semyon gave me a rough push towards the bastard with the slanting eyes, and he tripped me. I fell on the sharp crust of ice, and the fatso stepped on my hand, preventing me from getting up. A painful groan escaped my throat.
Слыхали, как заныл?
Did you hear him whimper?
А ты случаем не педик?
Is he actually a blah or something? I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot, and pulsating pain was shooting through it, like it was cut off and a ball of nettle was sewn in its place.
Че молчишь, Антошка?
Yeah. Yeah. Why so silent, Antoshka?
Отвечай, ты педик?
Come on, tell us. At this moment, I felt pure, unbridled rage, the amalgamation of my anger. Like the sprout's ink, it rose up from the depths of my mind, filling all my thoughts.
Твари!
Morons!
Знаете,
Did
что
you
мой
know
отец...
that my dad...
Кто-то педик.
Semyon burst out laughing. This became the last straw. Fear and anger were grappling inside me like mad dogs.
Он айкидо занимался, поняли?
He knows Aikido. Got it? Child, please.
Он еще воевал.
His dad owns Minecraft. He's the creator of Toaster Strudel. You will regret this. And he's a vet.
Таких, как вы, с
He'll
закрытыми
kill the likes
глазами
of you with
убивать.
his eyes closed.
Я только слово скажу, он...
One word from me, and he'll... Romka lifted up his arm, stopping my torrent of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Semyon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. His dad is rich in Robux. Did he believe me? Or was he confused by my face, twisted with rage?
Воевал, говоришь?
A vet, you say?
Мой батя тоже воевал.
My dad also fought in the war.
В Афгане.
In Afghan.
А твой?
And yours?
И мой.
Mine too.
Да, и в каких войсках, интересно?
Oh, really? And what force did he serve in? I stumbled. Fear chomped at my rage's throat and made it bleed.
Да он фуфло гонит, Ромка.
He's full of shit, Romka.
Бля, будуна.
Sure as fuck, eh?
Думал, меня так просто развести?
Did you think I'm so easy to trick?
Я тебя,
I can see
сучонка,
through all your
насквозь
lies.
вижу.
Little bitch. There was a nasty smile on his face now. This didn't bode well for me.
Ты сам себе приговор подписал.
Well, you've asked for this.
В школе тебя училка спасла, ну а теперь все.
A teacher saved you at school, but here,
Хана тебе.
you're fucked.
Во-во.
That's right.
Давай, Антошка. Молись, чтобы твой труп по весне нашли мне.
Pray that they find your dead body come spring, eh?
Сидел бы ниже травы, был бы целочкой.
If only you stayed silent, wouldn't have lost a hair.
Жирного стукнул одно дело.
Hitting Fatso is one thing,
Но про Афган пиздеть, где мой батя под пулями. Долг
But fucking-
интернациональный. В Даште Марго, блядь.
but fucking around with stuff like Afghan, where my dad spent time under fire, on international duty, in fucking Dasht Margo? What's that? Desert region in the southern provinces of Helmand and Nimruz in Afghanistan. Its name can be translated into English as Plain of Death. During the conflict in Afghanistan, the Soviet army destroyed countless drug caravans headed to Iran there. Okay.
Сёма, ушатай-ка его.
Give him a good pounding, Syoma. The delinquents closed in on me again, and I ended up in front of Semyon. Blood was pumping in my temples. Branches were swaying back and forth, as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thought that I looked silly, and took a boxing stance I often saw in the movies.
Хера ты, Майк Тайсон.
What are you, fucking Mike Tyson? This was my first ever fight. I'll remember it for the rest of my life, if I don't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noticed the darkness writhe again, as if someone was walking back and forth there. I sensed Roma's claws grab my backpack.
Манатки, Антошка.
Give me your shit, Antoshka.
Махаться мешает.
He'll get in the way. I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard, but then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket with one smooth motion, spun it as if showing off, and put the blade to my neck.
Слышь, фрей, расслабься, а то больно
Hey,
будет.
easy, buddy. I can make it painful. I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. Drink a little water. Neef is cheating, yeah? Ramka pulled with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands. Calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face. He looked into my backpack.
Ты от нас что-то скрываешь, да?
Are you hiding something from us?
У меня в школе какая-то крыса сменку подрезала.
Some rat stole my school shoes.
Ща поглядим, может, это был...
Let me see if it was...
Опачки!
And what's this? Romka gave me a dubious smile. He has rabbit scissors.
Так, а что это у нас здесь?
So what do we have here? My text and notebooks fell in snow. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other. It looked like... Is this where he becomes Huntress? A mask. Roma lifted it high as if showing to someone else, to someone in the treetops, in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn-out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, mangy fur on the sides. Where did it come from? Who put it there? Semyon laughed.
Новый год уже прошел, мудила.
It's way past New Year's, moron.
Или ты реально поехавший?
Or are you really a loony?
Это не мое.
It's not mine.
Да как не твое,
How come it's not?
лежала она.
It was in your backpack. Romka was watching the scene unfold with an evil smile on his face.
А знаешь что?
You know what?
Надевай.
Put it on.
Зачем?
Why?
Надевай, говорю.
Because I'm telling you to.
Попрыгаешь перед нами.
You'll hop like a bunny for us.
Давай, давай.
Yeah, come on.
Или без штанов домой пойдешь на.
Or we'll leave you pantsless, eh? Anything but this. What if someone from our class will pass by? He was just about to get naked! Whatever.
Не надену.
I won't.
Сёма, надень-ка на него.
Sioma, put it on him. He can't be seen wearing clothes. Or I know. Donnie Darko movie origin, yeah. Vyasha rushed to his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffoonish bow. Then he passed it to Semyon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that writhed around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms, twisted in unusual angles. Blackened bark was their charred skin, and the darkness was the smoke they produced. I can't run, won't get away. They'll catch me. And then...
Только учти, Сёма,
Let me warn you, Sioma.
если он скакать не станет, ты сам за него поскачешь.
If you won't hop, you'll take his place. Got it?
Этот чмошника не станет?
This piece of shit won't?
Да погляди на него, он же дурик конченый.
Just look at him. He's a total loony.
Этот дурик тебе уже раз в жбан зарядил.
This loony had already smacked you in the face.
Ромка прав.
Romka's right.
Давай, толстый. Восстанавливай авторитетно.
Come on, Fatso, assert your fucking dominance.
Или сам у нас запрыгаешь так,
Wow.
что тетяндра отцепится.
Or we'll make you hop so hard your tits will fall off. Wow, wearing pants in bed. Tragedy. You must indeed be scared of Romka. Semyon swore silently and glared at me.
Вот,
Here.
это чтобы маска хорошо
It'll
налезла.
fit better this way. He hurled a huge ball of spit on the inside of the plastic bunny face and put it close to mine. His spit looked like a squashed spider. Romka's face twisted. He spasmed like a beast, like he wanted to tell Semyon something, but then he suddenly stopped. Semyon was still close by, with a disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth.
Надевай, быра!
Put it on, fast,
А ту урою!
or you're dead. The mask almost looked even more disgusting now, yet, despite everything, if I felt like it was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin. If only I was to put it on. If only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. I'm sure the fur will glitter. The ears will tremble like they're alive. I just need to put it on, and Semyon and his friends will be gone. Forever. Okay. Put on, tell to fuck off. Yeah, I think we put it on last time. But we have a second chance. Any other votes? Suddenly we'll get some hatchets and be able to moida, maybe? Gotta become an axe murderer, right? Yeah. Stinky mask, no touch. So 2 and 2. Okay, so 3 for fuck 'em. 4 for fuck 'em. You don't want stranger spit on your face. That's unsanitary. Okay. I guess we'll tell him to fuck off this time. Interesting. Real fuck off vibe in chat. Yeah, exactly. For some reason, Romka's disappointment with Semyon made me feel brave. Something was wrong in their crew. Some old disagreement. I should cut this old wound open. I need to get into their heads, right into their skulls, their warm brains. It's a little deep, isn't it?
Знаешь что, Семен?
You know what, Semyon? My own voice, smooth and determined, was a huge surprise. I stepped forward and calmly proclaimed,
Иди нахуй.
"Fuck off." It felt like the whole world was paused for a second, and then unpaused right away. Semyon's pupils widened. The mask fell out of his meaty hands. It took a while to process my words, looking stunned, as if he was trying to solve a difficult math problem, but the answer he got made him mad, judging by the bulging veins on his forehead.
Aw.
Yeah, it's really dramatic. Whenever I tried saying that, it didn't work. You should try putting on a rabbit mask, right? Yeah. The others just observed the scene silently, waiting for the inevitable payback.
Ты...
You...
Ты труп!
You're dead. His voice tore off icy crust from the nearby branches. It rained down with a melodic laugh. And then I heard whispers from the treetops, from holes in the ground, from animal lairs. As if Elisa was in one of the snow piles, like a prompter in his booth, trying to get through to me. With no sign of fear, rather than a tinge of playful rage, that's how this low hum sounded to me. I stared into the clearing between the trees. An orange spot flashed there. A fox. An absolutely regular fox stepped out of the bushes. I blinked in bewilderment. The animal fell on its tummy and was staring back at me with its burning eyes. Its furry tail was sweeping snow left and right, raising the white powder.
На меня смотри, падла!
Look at me, bitch. I was still looking past him, at the fox that was smiling at me. She grinned with all her teeth, while digging a hole in the snow pile, moving her paws as if dancing. Oh, that's a smile. Her sharp face was covered in snow. Her whiskers were trembling. The fox put her face to the ground. Shining platters of her eyes filled with liquid silver. I returned my gaze to Semyon's twisted face. He was growling something unintelligible. The fox backpedaled and disappeared into the darkness. And the forest breathed at me, whispering, "Tell." the pig to shut up. I slapped my own cheek to chase away the unfamiliar voice, but the message still lingered in my subconscious. This hint was my chance. I stared intensely at Semyon's nose. He was almost oinking from anger. I directed my words at him.
Заткнись, свинья.
Shut up, pig. Semyon looked paralyzed, as if the medium Alan Chomak hypnotized him, stripping him of his will. Okay, let's look at a glossary now in the middle of drama. Soviet and Russian TV personality that represented himself as a healer and a medium claimed to acquire his healing powers during his investigation into fake mages. He had invented the idea of charging all sorts of items for the viewers through their TV screens. Jars of water, photos, or cosmetics died from an unknown cause. Okay. You should do it, Sevens. I felt the aftertaste of Elisa's gum in my mouth. Berries. It felt like I pulled a card from some greasy deck, and it turned out to be a trump. My brain was at its limit. Polina's words about Semyon getting worse since he moved here flashed in front of my eyes, like subtitles in a movie. All the pieces fell into place. I mean, it's kind of like what Sailor Moon did, right? So, you know, moon, prism, power, makeup. Work going to alert. Okay, thank you so much, Andrax. I hope your work is going well. My joker went flying into his pimply face. I was speaking slow on purpose, dragging out every syllable.
Есть у меня подозрение. Ты не просто так перевелся в новую школу.
I suspect that you had a reason to transfer to another school.
Сбежал, да? Как крыса сбежал.
You fled, right? Fled like a rat.
Потому что сверстники бывают жестокими с теми, кто не такой, как они.
Because kids can be cruel with those who are different.
С теми, кто толще их, например, слабее.
Who's fatter or weaker than them.
И ты решил издеваться над другими, как издевались над тобой.
So you decided to bully others, just like they bullied you. I saw Semyon's Adam's apple twitch, like it was a pump-action rifle getting reloaded.
Ты отыгрываешься за старые обиды.
You're trying to get payback for the old wounds.
Хочешь казаться тем, кем не являешься.
You want to pretend that you're different now.
Но знаешь, ничего не меняется по щелчку пальца.
But you know what? Nothing changes at the snap of a finger.
Знаешь, кем ты был?
Should I tell you who you were? The forest held its breath, listening in fascination.
Знаешь, кто ты есть?
Should I tell you who you still are?
Пацаны.
Guys,
Всё как...
Yasha was about to come to his friend's aid, but Romka stopped him, whipping out his controlling look. Yasha turned around and put his hands in his pockets.
Продолжай, Тоха.
Go on, Toha. Romka's words ricocheted from the rough trunks.
Знаешь, кем ты будешь всегда?
Should I tell you who you will always be? Semyon looked around helplessly.
Второе имя, настоящее имя, которое дали тебе одноклассники.
Your second name, the true name that your classmates gave you.
Откуда ты...
Why do you... Romka and Vyasha look at Semyon like he was their prey now. I even thought I saw them lick their parched lips. The wind was also full of anticipation, dragging my scattered textbooks across the road.
Свинья!
A pig. My thunderous scream echoed through the forest. Trees and ravines enjoyed it. The echo repeated it over and over, doubling, even tripling it. Ramka grinned with all his teeth. Semyon's hands fell to his sides. He was on the brink of crying. I used this to my advantage. Oh shit! I threw the strongest punch I could muster. It was much stronger than the one in school. I rammed my fist into his scared face and it produced a cracking sound. His pimply cheek danced like jelly under my fist. Semyon let out a sigh and plopped on the icy road. He was touching the place where I hit him, still oblivious to what just happened and how did it come to this. After looking at him for a while, I realized I was smiling. Fatso returned to his senses and threw himself at me, his face twisted with anger. But I dodged his charge quite easily after the great practice I had playing with Elisa. Man. He fell into the snow and landed right on a pile of dog feces. This made him squeal in agony.
Ай, красава, Тоха!
Attaboy, Toha.
Думал, ты сосунок, а вон как жердяй уделал.
I thought you were a wimp, but you've given the Fatso a good whooping. Semyon started sobbing after he realized the direness of his situation.
Сука!
Fuck.
Что я бабушке теперь скажу?
What will I say to Grandma?
Она меня убьет, когда увидит.
She'll kill me when she sees this.
Чего ты там скулишь?
What are you whining about?
Тебя с параши не слышно.
Get your head out of your ass. Semyon's futile attempts at cleaning his coat caused a fit of giddiness from Vyasha. I also smiled, angrily twisting my lips. Lucky fucker, eh?
А ну вставай, скачи, как зайчик.
Hey, get up and hop like a bunny.
Только желательно подальше, а то от тебя уже дерьмом несет.
Just stay away from us. You stink of shit.
Фу!
Ew. Oink. Fuck you guys.
Идите вы все нахуй.
His eyes, red from tears, stopped on me. I didn't even have the time to erase the smile from my face when Semyon lunged at me like a hawk and clawed at my face with his twisted fingers and with gnawed fingernails. I threw a kick toward the layer of fat under the coat. At the same moment, the world became fuzzy, the black trees and the faces of my classmates all blurred.
А чё на это скажешь, сука?
How do you like that, bitch? He threw up a hand holding my glasses victoriously. But his triumph was short-lived. Two blurry silhouettes rushed forward. Sioma's former friends. I heard the familiar sound of someone being slapped around.
Не по-пацански
This is against the
поступаешь,
rules,
гнида.
asswipe.
А ну гони линзы назад!
Give back the oculars now.
Дерись по понятиям, на!
Fight like a fucking man, eh?
Так.
Judging from Semyon's sighing and grumbling, he didn't agree to his friend's terms. What the
Вот
fuck?
чё тво- Ой, бля!
Ouch, ow.
На лоха позорного меня променяли.
Betraying me
Ой,
for this piece of shit. Ow, ow, ow.
Да пошли вы в жопу, тоже мне друзья!
Fuck you. Are we even friends anymore? I don't know. Are they friends? Were they ever friends? I feel like a Russian weeb when I'm not looking, and I know a few of the words they're saying. Nice, Sevens. Dubious decisions being made in this forest. Exactly. Sir? Sir? Man, my dude. Some friend have friendly fistfights. I feel like this is extra maybe not friendly, you know? Man, oink. A huge figure tumbling in the snow barely managed to break out from the rain of punches and ran for the hills, dissolving into the twilight. Also, that doesn't look like punches. It looks like a bunch of kickies. Just putting that out there.
Завтра в школе тебя выцепим, хрюндель!
We'll get you at school tomorrow, Porky.
Точно, точно!
That's right.
За базар ответишь на!
You'll answer for this, eh?
Горло тебе перережу, слышишь?
I'll cut your throat, you hear me? Ramka and Byasha start throwing pieces of ice at the fleeing Semyon, but then switch to hurling mockery.
Свинья!
Porky. The snow rustled. Yeah, foot punches. Man, sneaky. The two boys, clearly out of breath, approached me. I was finally able to make out their faces clearly.
Мои очки.
My glasses.
Блять.
Ramka cursed under his breath.
Гандон этот
The
стащил.
fucker got him.
Зато мы ему всыпали одну сына!
Wow. Hey, Green, how you doing? At least we whipped his ass real good, eh?
Завтра вот с таким фуфелом припрется, отвечаю!
He'll come to school with a shiner this big. Man, that kind of laugh. Byasha let out a throaty laugh. Is that a throaty laugh? I don't, maybe, I guess. Throaty laugh. Yeah, there you go. Hyenas in The Lion King would envy a laugh like that.
Ну и дела.
Oh boy.
Тоха, ты без очков хоть что-то видишь?
Can you see without your glasses, Toha?
Немного.
Yeah, exactly. Remember, they're not your friends either. A little bit. A hand, holding a red rectangle, protruded from the mist. Ramka was offering me a cigarette.
Угощайся.
My treat. I squinted, trying to make out the brand, even though I didn't know anything about cigarettes. I haven't tried smoking yet, and I didn't really want to start. Blech. I wonder if they'll keep hanging out with me if I won't adopt all of their habits. After a moment of hesitation, I shook my head.
Спортсмен, что ли? Ха.
Into sports, huh?
А ты в глаза долбишься?
Are you blind or something?
Не видел, как он Семена четко вмазал?
Did you see how he thrashed Semyon?
Да базара ноль, Mortal Kombat на!
Real deal. Mortal fucking combat.
Тоха у нас Рокки Бальбоа!
Toha here is Rocky Balboa.
Тогда уж Иван Драго.
More like Drago.
Курим одну на
Айвен.
двоих, гони Жигу.
We'll split this one. Give me a light. Where's the regular splash? Was there? Wash it off. Rocky 4 is the best. Ramka pulled out a cigarette with his lips, and Yasha scrambled to find a lighter inside his pockets.
Тоха, что я сказать хотел?
So, Toha, back to what I was saying.
Не держи зла, брат.
Don't be mad, bro.
Мы тебя на вшивость проверяли. А
We
то
were just
очки,
testing you.
Еще и маска.
I mean, your glasses and this mask. Yasha lit a giant Tbilisi, and Ramka smacked his lips, taking a long puff of his cigarette.
Меня, кстати, Ромка зовут.
I'm Ramka, by the way, just so you know. He squeezed my hand so hard that my fingers hurt. His palms, full of dry, torn blisters, implied that he wasn't wearing a tracksuit for nothing.
Это вот Бяша.
And this is Byasha, I guess.
Ты не очкуй. Со свиньей мы лично пообщаемся.
Wow. Green's gonna run out of bathwater. He's gonna have to make more. Don't worry, we'll have a talk with Porky. He let out a cloud of smoke in my face, which instantly made me cough.
Ага.
Yeah.
Пойду пока сумку соберу.
I'll go gather my stuff. It's getting dark. I bowed to pick up my now empty backpack and looked for its contents, hoping that my new buddies will disappear when I turn around. But they just stood there, passing a cigarette back and forth. Two small silhouettes with a small light wandering between them, with the pine trunks as the backdrop. They were waiting for me to finish picking up my textbooks while whispering something to each other. Ramka was the one talking most of the time, though. Biasha was constantly sniffing with his running nose and mumbling in agreement. At that moment, I saw the old battered bunny mask from papier-mâché among the snow-covered notebooks. Its empty eye sockets could be filled with anything, with any eyes. But this mask looked like it only wanted mine. Where did it come from? And why was it in my backpack? I picked it up with utmost care, as if it could bite off my finger at any moment. It was just a carnival mask with a frozen spit on the inside. Still, something felt wrong about it. Something was writhing inside it, underneath the layers of old newspapers. I could hear thousands of tiny bodies rustling in the trembling fur. Something was trying to chew its way out. Yum! Maggots.
Готов, Тоха?
You ready, Toha? Ramka's voice pulled me out of my nightmarish delusion, and I threw the mask away in horror, somewhere I won't be able to see it anymore. My innards were twisted from disgust, but I stood up, trying not to show it. Whether these maggots were real or just one of my delusions, I didn't care. All of this was too much for a single day. I wanted to get home as soon as possible.
Ладно, пацаны, мне пора уже.
Right, guys. I need to go.
До свидания.
See ya. I held up my hand towards the two silhouettes to say goodbye. A couple of dark, thin lines trembled in front of me. They stood without moving, as if studying me.
С кедрами закорешиться решил.
Hey, decided to buddy up with the cedar?
Мы здесь вообще-то.
We're over here. I realized that Ramka's voice was coming from behind and turned around, embarrassed.
Деревья хреновые, кенты.
Trees make for shit buddies.
Ты не ссы. Мы тебя до дома доведем, а то ты как слепой котенок.
Relax. We'll escort you home. You're as blind as a newborn kitten.
Так здесь живем и сгниешь.
Without us, you'll end up dead around here. A cigarette butt hit against a stump with a flurry of sparks and started sizzling in the snow near my feet. The boys let out a strained laugh and took me by the arms. When we were leaving the clearing, I turned around in hopes to see Elisa, or at least some orange dot. What if? But I only saw a rumbling tractor that was creeping out from the corner. So we're tired to get off work, stayed 2.5 hours late to make sure my team and I stayed current. Wow, Green. Man, I'm sorry to hear. I hope you get some time to relax now. Yeah, Doggo better be okay. We were going alongside a still fire road in silence. Still fire road? Huh. The silence felt oppressing, coupled with my lack of vision, so I spoke.
А почему тебя Бяша зовут?
Why do they call you Biasha?
А?
The Buryat kid just smirked in reply.
Потому что я волк в овечьей из Курина.
Because I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing, eh?
Брешешь.
Bullshit.
Пургу гнать, это он умеет.
Fucking around is what he does best.
А звать его так, потому что блеет, как овца.
He's got his nickname because he bleats like a sheep.
Все после того, как из черного гаража живым выбрался.
It started after he returned alive from the black garage. Vyasa's face contorted at those words. I could see it even through the veil of blindness. His name keeps changing spelling, I will say. I don't know which one's right. He swayed and started mumbling something unintelligible.
Видишь?
See?
С ним так всегда, как об этой херне заговоришь.
Happens every time someone brings it up.
Ты сейчас о чем?
What are you talking about?
Ты серьезно про эту страшилку не знаешь?
Did you really not hear that horror story?
На черной улице,
On one pitch black street,
в черной подворотне,
in a pitch black alleyway,
стоит черный гараж.
there's a pitch black garage.
И он знает о тебе все.
It knows everything about you.
Где ты живешь, что любишь, с кем дружишь.
Where you live, what you like, who are your friends.
Наверняка слышал о пропавших детях.
I'm sure you've heard of the missing kids.
И это тут не первый год происходит.
This has been going on for a while here.
Все местные знают, кто здесь замешан.
The local folks know who's behind all of that,
Даже взрослые.
even the adults.
Вообще, везет тебе? Ты вон в лесу, считай, живешь.
You got lucky. You live right on the edge of the forest.
Он к тебе так просто не сунется.
This thing won't come there without a good reason.
Тупо сечет, что среди деревьев будет выделяться.
It knows that it'll look too foreign among the trees.
А у нас эта хрень может где угодно поджидать. Иногда в конце переулка или возле дома.
While in our area, this piece of crap can hide anywhere, be it at the end of an alleyway or near your house.
А еще
Also,
идешь такой себе ночью, и
you'll
тут
just
раз,
you'll just be going somewhere at night and bam,
он стоит, где совсем недавно пусто было.
you'll see it in some place that was empty just a while ago.
Дверь открыта, внутри мрак.
Native Siberian, they live near Mongolia. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Knowledge. Education. Educational stream. Yeah. Its door open, pitch black dark inside.
И тут
Oh, wait.
как?
Are they actually saying that there's like a sentient garage that shows up out of nowhere and then the door opens and snatches the kid? I thought there was a monster in the garage. The garage is the monster. Man. Okay. USSR edition. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be a kind of hilarious horror game. It needs to be one of those really like low, like really basic low kind of quality games like that what was it was it the Smiling Man or whatever it was that we played where the guy would run after you and stuff? The one that I think Sneaky knew about and stuff. Like Monster Hospital, Russian Garage. Yeah, exactly. Found myself in another world, in its tummy or something, I guess. I don't know. I guess the kids are going missing, so it could absolutely be an isekai, right? Maybe a good ending for them. Navigate a bunch of buildings and try to avoid accidentally stepping into the garage. Oh, the game that we played, I was like, since this is a monster garage that eats people, like if it was made into a game, it needs to be like that quality kind of thing. Yes, that noise makes me want to hit something. Biasha pulled his cape over his head and started howling on a high trembling note, trying to silence Ramka.
Ладно, проехали.
Fine, forget it.
They
Oh,
are cold
thank you.
tears.
I was trying to process Ramka's story, but I couldn't figure out what to think of it. During the short time I've been in this snow-laden village, I realized one thing. A lot of people here had some sort of experience with something they couldn't explain. I looked at Biasha, who was pit-pattering to the side.
Тоха, а вот скажи,
Man, that
нахрена мы
voice,
сюда
please stop.
переехали?
Tell me, Toha, why the hell did you move here? I heaved a deep sigh while looking at my feet. Somewhere down below, the tips of my boots scooped up fog. I spoke words that I recited countless times.
У отца тут новая работа.
Dad has a new job here,
И мама в поселке раньше жила.
and my mom used to live here,
Давно еще при Союзе.
back in the Soviet days.
Здесь же нечего делать, только гнить.
There's nothing to do here but rot away.
Ну или как Бяша, по лесам шастать.
Or, well, like Biasha here, wander around the forest. Biasha fearfully showed his face from under his hood, like a snail crawling out of its shell, and listened in. Again, they keep, misspelling his name, and it's not like the whole nicknamey shortening thing. Like, they're just reversing letters here and there. Sometimes the H is before the S, and there's not an A, and I don't know.
Он у нас турист.
He's a camper, see?
Летом целую неделю
Spent a
в
whole
палатке
week in a
жил.
tent last summer.
Здесь, рядом.
Here, nearby.
Прикинь?
Cool shit, right?
Хотя от мамки его звезданутый я бы сам в лес сбежал.
I mean, with a crazy old woman like his, I'd also flee to the forest. Yeah, I think so. We kept on going, but it felt like it was the forest that was sliding by. Pines were the black keys, and the space between them, the white ones. The thicket was playing its old creaky melody, the melody of roots, bear caves, and forgotten taiga skits. Snowflakes flew around, creating a disturbing illusion that somebody was wandering the forest. Somebody tall, unnoticeable, ready to camouflage as a tree or a snow pile. And then, when nobody paid attention anymore, they'd just continue moving along the road. But it was just a trick of the light. There was no one there. At least, I wanted to think that. Ramka suddenly stopped and said,
Слышите?
"Hear that?
В лесу кто-то бродит походу.
Someone's snooping around the forest." The skin under my clothes started itching. My stomach started aching. We looked the way Ramka was pointing.
Высоченный, причем с нашей скоростью идет.
Really tall, matching our speed. There were no tall silhouettes behind the mast of pines, just shadows creeping in the semi-dark. Slow shadows. Fast shadows. Hungry shadows. The snow that fell silently from the branch made me shiver and bite into my lip, as if something huge lifted off the tree and flew away. Maybe even towards us. Ramka picked up a pine cone from the ground and threw it into the thicket.
Эй!
Hey! His shout ricocheted as if it hit a tightly sprung drum. The echo mocked Ramka. Then the silence reigned again.
Кто-нибудь видел?
Yeah, Slender Man? Siren? Yeah, it's the Huntress. Time to stib. Did you see that? I shook the kid without glasses. Did you see that? I shook my head. The only thing I could see were the vertical strokes of trees, the darkness, the snow, and the hazy silhouettes of my companions. I remember the rough textured trunks, the spongy lichen, and the icy bits on the bottoms of the ravines.
Пойдемте скорее, а то
Let's move
вечереет.
faster. The sun is setting. I was again grabbed by the elbows and dragged along, towards the forest, towards the pointy spires of branches. The sun had finally sunk behind the green peaks. Hey, Ace, how you doing? The darkness writhed, spread its shoulders, and started spreading like smoke. It started snowing. Thick, sticky flakes, white flies, following the scent of dead meat. My vision had become a small island, awash by dark waters. I was grasped by the same worrying feeling I had in the morning. I felt that somewhere far away, at the edge of my comprehension, I heard a very calm and silent flute playing. Doing pretty good. Reading a nice, comfy story, right? The sound was fragile, like ice in March, above the dormant waters of a bottomless lake. I scraped inside of my ear with my finger to get rid of that auditory hallucination. The forest was silent. I imagined a child walking at night under the watchful eyes of pines.
А вы знали Вову Матюхина?
Did you know Vova Matyukin,
Мальчика, который пропал
the
недавно.
boy who went missing recently? Yeah, Peter and the Wolf, yeah.
А разве мы не его ищем, сладкий?
Weren't we looking for him, sweetie? I shuddered and stopped, staring at the person who was guiding me. At Elisa, in her unchanging fox mask. I'm pretty sure that mask has changed a bit here and there, yep. The girl was gently holding my elbow.
Что ты здесь?
What? Why are you...
А ведь я тебя потерял.
I lost sight of you.
Потерял, потому
You
что
did.
зазевался.
Because you were careless. I squinted in suspicion.
И давно ты за нами идешь?
How long were you following us?
Что значит давно? Я всегда была рядом.
What do you mean, how long? I was always by your side.
Да и за кем?
And-
За вами.
Who's us? Stunned, I looked around, but couldn't find Roma or Biasha. And then I felt her cold finger on my wrist.
Пойдем же.
Let's go.
Мы собирались искать
We were going to look
Вову.
for Vova. Yeah, I have concerns as well. Without a chance to catch my breath, she started dragging me along through the forest. I was enveloped by the smell of tangerines, coffee, and firecrackers. I felt like I was a small kid again, being led into the unknown. I saw the dark silhouettes of trees ahead, the bushes. Hedgehogs were wary, showing us their spikes. Something rectangular appeared in our way like a small box. I became petrified. I touched the edge of my eye, pulling back the eyelid as if I was trying to correct my vision. A garage. Oh no! A garage made of metal rose up right from the windfall. Monster Garage, here we go. It was big. No, huge. Impossible to move without special equipment. The natural forest predator. Its walls were painted black, even blacker than the darkness around us. So that one paint that one guy made, right? Black is black, whatever? The fox sniffed around, and it seemed like her mask twisted in disgust.
Это здесь.
This is the place. The worried voice of my companion scared me even more than this horrifying metal box.
Здесь?
Here?
Я слышу его запах.
No fox can stand against a whole garage in the mud. Isn't nature beautiful? I can smell him.
Может, Вова играет с нами в прятки? Или
Maybe-
он решил спрятаться?
Maybe Vova is playing hide and seek with us, and he decided to hide.
Внутри?
Inside? I felt like I saw smoke form tentacles that split off from the garage. Hey, Nuggy's favorite. Searching for something in the wilted leaves. These tentacles slithered along the snowy blanket, getting close to our feet. and there was a crazy screeching sound coming from the other side of the huge black metal gates. Somebody or something definitely waited for us inside. Huh. Well, you ready? You ready, chat? Knock knock. Come to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. It is a garage too, so it works out. Time for a field trip. I thought that my nervous movements were similar to that of a marionette, dangling in the hands of a puppeteer. I stepped towards the garage, holding my breath. And gave the sheet metal door a small knock with my knuckles. Knock, knock. And then jumped back. I heard rusty meat hooks jingle on thick metal chains, awakening someone huge who crawled to open the black gates. Nothing happened. Just hiding in the back. My heart was racing. Still nothing. Knock, knock. I hesitated to turn my back to the... Run! I heard a weak, scared voice resound in my head. I didn't even get to read that. I didn't even click it. Dang it. Stumbling all over the place, I still rushed into the night that was swarming with shadows. I ran behind the crooked trunk of a pine, sure that Elisa was by my side. But after a moment had passed, I realized that the girl was nowhere to be found. The forest was mumbling its ancient chants. Squeaking, ticking, rustling. I froze. I didn't know how much time had passed before I realized that I was standing in complete darkness, in a circle of trees that were shooting up their trunks high into the sky. My knees are ready. Her thighs make me feel needy. I don't think that works. Everything around me moved, trembled. My ears went numb from all the rustling. The treetops melted into the darkness of the cosmos. The bushes became empty cells whose occupants were suddenly set free. It felt like a clawed fang could fly out of the darkness into my stunned face at any moment. I heard a scream somewhere far away.
Anton!
Someone was looking for me, just like that boy who went missing. Tears stung my eyes. A big drop fell from my lashes.
Anton!
The scream was closer now, and for a moment I even believed that I was about to be saved.
Я здесь!
I'm here. One of the trees moved. It wasn't Ramka, nor was it Biasha. An adult, tall, with long arms. Many shadows that looked like dogs snuck around behind its back, but those beasts were much larger than Zulka. The forest was dormant no longer. No longer it hid its face behind the fake masks. I stood still, like a deer pierced by the lights of an incoming truck, and the beasts all stared at me. In this semi-dark, without my glasses, I could see very little, but it was still more than enough for me to freeze in terror. A foul smell of animal piss and wet fur enveloped the clearing when the creepy procession, with the giant at its head, moved towards me. My legs gave way because of fear, and I fell to my knees into the snow. It looked like I was praying to that figure, to the trees, to the darkness. I didn't dare lift my eyes. So when he got close, showering me with his stench, for a moment I thought that his legs were covered in gray fur. I shut my eyes so tight that red circles started dancing on the inside of my eyelids. I don't want to look, but I could still hear everything. His breath was akin to sandpaper that was scratching at my ears. His voice was deep, hoarse. No, it wasn't a voice, a roar. I fished my grandma's chant out of the pool of my memory.
Мертвый к мертвым, живой к живым, мертвый к...
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, ashes. I got his stench and roaring in reply. Words could never protect against claws and fangs. I was helpless. And then I heard a familiar sweet voice nearby.
Ну же, скорей!
Come on,
Попробуй
do
его на
it.
вкус.
Get a taste of him.
Не надо!
No. Something hot slid across my throat, like a meaty, sticky rope. Someone's tongue.
Я же говорила, хозяин,
I told you, Master.
это наш
He's our
зайчик.
bunny.
Позаботься о нем.
Please, take good care of him. From the narrow embrasures of barely lifted eyelids, covered by my trembling fingers, I watched a horrifying silhouette tower over me. I was taking in the smell of kennels, compost pits, and moss. In front of me stood a scary horned beast with the presence of a monarch. His posture told me of his electrifying nobleness. His horns supported the clouds, and his popped-out leocomas pierced my ready-to-pop eyes with a thorny stare. His hands were full of gifts. Candy fell into the snow, sparkling with its fancy wrappers, silvery packs of chocolate bars, and a Chupa Chups sticking out from the snow pile with its plastic stick. For you! Candy rained at my feet. And a gun! A doll fell nearby, and then it started raining toys, a spinning top, a teddy bear with a torn-up nose, red-headed Carlson without a propeller, a tin toy soldier with a flag, a firefighter truck, and a crop duster plane. You don't say no to the Horse King, though. The toys weren't covered in blood, but my imagination was painting them with red spots and crimson leaks all on its own. The horned shadow of the beast moved over the treasures that once belonged to unknown kids. Sick! Hairy hands reached into surrounding darkness, took out a mangy bunny mask that was haunting me. Plop! And forcefully pulled it over my face. Bunny. The shadows of beasts around us slowly and graciously stood up on their rear legs, maybe? Yeah. I guess their legs would be rare since they're not good. And then light hit my face, shattering the monster's figure in two. Dummy tree coat get daddy. Yes, there we go. Bunny with the flip face. I feel like this must be what rabbits feel like when they A petting zoo. Yeah. Like a kid just turns up, dumps a bunch of trash. Bunny. Yeah. Uh, I put up a hand to protect myself. Flashlights. Ray slid down.
Антон! Вот ты где.
There you are.
Ты совсем сдурел?
Are you out of your mind?
Это вообще как понимать?
What's all this about? I was staring at my dad, completely stunned, into the space where the monster was just a moment ago. I feel like these people are giving my kind of bad reputation. Yes, Antonis. The clearing was enveloped in darkness again, but I could still barely make out the outlines of toys and candy in the snow. And I'm sure if I was brave enough to get close to the bushes, I'd find animal prints there.
Язык проглотил?
Cat got your tongue?
Одноклассники твои к нам пришли.
Your classmates came to us.
Сказали, ты сбежал от них в лес, в самую чащу и...
They said you ran away from them, deep into the forest, and...
Что это за дрянь ты напялил?
What the hell are you wearing? I pulled the mask down from my sweaty face and threw it into the heap of toys. Branches cracked in the distance. I pressed myself into my father's chest, engulfed by fear, and he started looking around, alerted, and spoke in a tone of voice that was much more nervous.
Так, пойдем отсюда скорее.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Мать узнает, такой нагоняй нам устроит, мало не покажется.
If your mother learns of this, she'll be so mad at us that we'll never forget this day. I reached out for my father, still feeling the chilling embrace of fear. I grabbed his firm hand, felt his quick pulse with my fingertips, then stood up and wobbled along behind my father, following his barely discernible footprints. Back to civilization, back to light, back to the road where my dad parked his car.
Чтобы дома ни слова, ясно?
And not a word about this at home. Got it?
Ни единого намека, где я тебя нашел.
Don't even hint at where I found you.
Да, пап.
All right, Dad. He was holding my hand as if it was the most precious thing in the world, and kept telling me how afraid he is to lose me or Olya. That it wasn't that sticky, like an animal tongue fear. His fear was a noble, crystal clear diamond, and I just nodded in reply and kept moving my feet. And then I heard a familiar voice coming from behind me.
Помни,
Remember,
пока ты со мной, никто тебя здесь не тронет.
as long as you're with me, no one will lay a finger on you here. The car sped towards our house. Hey, Kitsune, how you doing? Way, Monster Garage. Nom 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 nom. Did he not question that either? Or did he not see it? Okay. I pressed my cheek against the window and saw a short building among the trees, a shack darker than night. The garage that was hidden inside the thicket, a crypt made of metal. Yeah, safety fox. What does the fox say? It almost felt like it was following us. A moment passed, and the building disappeared around the corner. I gulped down my dolor. Standard dad reaction to a wild garage, nothing but appreciation. Kicks it. I guess maybe slaps the door maybe and does the whole like, this could fit so many tools in it, so many power tools. The white snowflakes just kept dancing in the starry sky. Oh no, the garage has gotten your scent. Here, the garage stalks its favorite prey, car. Emergency food ferret and a safety fox. I wonder what other types of animals are out there and what their purpose is. That would be pretty good, actually. That's Tim's true waifu. Safety fox. Look what the cat dragged in. You can tell you need an oil change. Mom was going down the stairs, piercing Dad with her trademark glare. Her face showed something between wrath and condensate. I can think of the word in my head, and I can't say it, so we're just gonna skip over that. My brain just doesn't want to say it. Because all I want to say is condensation, and that's not the word. The garage got me. It got my brain. It's condensation. That's all it is. I made the bad time to drink water. That almost got spat out. Water's accumulating in her face. She's getting the green bath water. Tears are right there. I don't know. I feel like it is kind of like it was kind of spooky at the beginning. Now it's kind of just like, what's going on? I feel like this part of the story could be even spicier with Honey Pop. Wow. Oh. Apparently, Churro doesn't want to say that. I'm just gonna have to look into using the other bot, maybe. Churro, like, mix it up, doesn't really want to read every single message. It's really picky, and it's not, like, censoring anything. It's just not reading sometimes. Condensation, green. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to me and stayed for a dangerously long time. Yeah, I tried that new churro shake from Sonic. It's okay. Yeah, I was thinking about trying it, but I guess
я
I'm
не
not.
поняла. Антон, а где очки? Потерял?
Hey, what's this? Where are your glasses, Anton? Did you lose them?
Да в школе поди забыл, простофиля.
This dummy probably just forgot them at school. A venomous pause followed.
Весь в тебя.
He's your son, all right. Dad glared at Mom and then mischievously winked at me, reminding me of our deal.
Ну ничего, есть же запасные. Проживем как-нибудь.
Well, we'll have spare glasses, so we'll manage somehow. Or we have spare glasses, so we'll manage somehow. My parents stood in silence a bit longer, and then both of them went to mind their own business. Wow, that's it? Sheesh. Eat the little piece of churro you get on top, and by the time I remembered to use soggy and floppy. No. Olia threw herself into my arms before I could even take off my coat.
А я лису видела!
I saw a fox. Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud thang. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale, and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mom spoke with disappointment. First it was an owl, now it's a fox. Will you ever get tired of this?
Правда, правда!
But it's true.
Такая пушистая!
She was so fluffy.
Она у забора стояла на задних лапах, совсем как человек.
She stood on her back legs near the hedge, just like a person. I
Она
should
меня
just stop that.
позвала, а тут мама вышла, и лиса убежала.
The fox called my name, but then Mom came and she fled.
Не было там никакой лисы.
There was no fox.
Не выдумывай.
Stop making things up.
Не подходи к ней.
Don't go near her. If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister as if she were a doll made of cloth.
Ты чего, Тоша?
What's wrong, Tosha?
Не подходи, слышишь?
Don't go. You hear me? Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated.
Ну, лиса ведь укусить может.
Well, a box will a box will bite you, like the garage. Yeah, it's fine. It's the offspring, maybe. A fox will bite you. Yeah, I don't want to try it again. I'll stick to my good medium splats with extra nut. Mother doesn't believe in animals, apparently. Yeah, living right next to the woods. It's okay. A full send your boop impression. Wow, no. Foxes and owls don't live in the woods. Silly. Yeah, box is basically a baby garage. Certain type of box. Toy cars park in there. Yeah, exactly, Green. Mimic cardboard box. Oh, that'd be so good. A fox will bite you. A fox will fight you. I'm starting to cry. This is too much. I remembered fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined my Elisa, liberated, carnivorous, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands.
Это ж была не настоящая лиса.
It wasn't a real fox.
Расскажи ему, Оль.
Tell him, Oya.
Она на 2 ногах ходила, а еще была в платье одета.
She stood on 2 legs and she wore a dress.
Только она была взаправду.
And she was real.
Видишь?
See? Mom showed us a tired smile, as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap, right before it dissolves completely on your palm. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered,
Еще раз увидишь ее, беги.
"If you see her again, run." Thoughts of the forest beast bombarded me like a rain of candy and toys. There was a hairy silhouette standing in front of me, towering over the treetops. Who was he? What happened in the forest? What's happening to me? I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth, washed them down with water. Please stop driving me mad. Please. I barely managed to force myself to do homework, but those math problems just refused to be solved. Numbers in my notebook tumbled around and mixed in a whirling dance, sometimes running over the lines. My head became heavy from that pandemonium, and I almost dropped it into that chain of numbers. My eyelids felt like they were tiny weights tied to them. There were tiny weights tied to them, the type used in grocery stores? The type used in grocery stores. Oh, okay. Yeah, take your vitamins, friend. And right at that moment, I surrendered and closed my notebook. The memories of my day started flashing before my eyes. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. I could see the literature classroom from here, the faces of dead classical writers on their portraits, the prim and regal pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlovna. And around that corner was her daughter, Katya, a snitch and a gossip, eagerly waiting for me.
Эй, новенький, новенький.
Hey, transfer student. Transfer student.
Чего тебе, Кать?
What do you want, Katya? She got up on her tiptoes and started swaying, while hiding her hands behind her back, and then asked me with a fake smile on her face.
Скажи, пожалуйста, а чего это тебя к нам перевели, а?
Can I ask you something? Why did you get transferred here? I might have told the truth about this to Polina, but Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopekas. Kopekas? It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Vova's picture for everyone to see. So I reverted to an answer I knew by heart.
Это все из-за моих родителей.
Your name is Elson. It's all because of my
У
parents.
папы тут новая
Dad has a
работа.
new job,
Мама...
and my mom. The Katya didn't even listen to me. She just rushed towards the perked up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling.
Да-да, конечно.
Yeah, right.
Он нас тут совсем за дурачков держит.
He takes us all for fools.
Я вот слыхала, что это все из-за его отца.
I've heard it's all because of his father.
Он недавно кому-то крутому дорогу перешел, и теперь они всей своей семейкой в нашем захолустье скрываются.
He crossed the road of some big shot, and now their family is hiding in our remote little village.
Неправда! Ты все врешь!
That's not true. You're lying.
А слышали, как он бабулина просто так стукнул?
Oh, and did you hear how he hit Baburin out of the blue?
Это каким надо быть уродом, чтобы в первый же день так над одноклассником измываться?
What kind of freak must you be to start bullying your classmates from day one?
Прекрати! Ты же знаешь, он первый начал!
Stop. You know he started it.
И будто этого мало.
And if that wasn't enough.
Ходят слухи, что он спутался с ворюгами из шайки Ромки Пятифана.
There are rumors that he's hanging out with delinquents from Romka Pyatafan's gang.
Ой, девочки, сумки проверяйте.
Be careful with your bags, girls.
Того и гляди, в гардеробе вещи начнут пропадать.
I wouldn't be surprised if things started disappearing from our wardrobe.
Будем знать. Это Петров с дружками постарался.
And we'll know who to blame, Petrov and his friends.
Да-да-да.
Yes.
Замолчи! Заткнись!
Shut up.
Вон как раскричался-то, будто ужаленный.
Look at him scream, as if something bit him.
А зрачки-то, зрачки какие широкие.
His pupils, look at how wide they are.
Опять чего доброго с катушек слетит и руки распускать начнет.
I hope you won't go insane and resort to violence again.
Не зря же его мать с таблетками пичкает.
I mean, there must be a reason his mom always feeds him those pills, right? I just stood there in confusion, trying in vain to understand how she found out about my medicine. And what scared me even more was the possibility that her nonsense had some truth mixed in.
Да-да,
Yes, that's right.
он такой же ненормальный, как и его сестрица.
He's as insane as his little sister.
Представляете, к этой сумасшедшей дурочке каждую ночь прилетает сова ростом с человека.
Can you imagine that she says a human-sized owl visits her every night?
Да-да,
Yes.
только что-то ее никто из здоровых людей не видел.
But not a single healthy person has seen it.
А этот наивный простак ей верит.
And this simpleton believes her.
Нет, ну вы представляете?
Can you imagine that? And then I caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd.
Это правда, Антон?
Is that true, Anton?
Неужели действительно?
Are
Тебе
you
не
really?
становится?
Are you unwell?
Полина, послушай меня!
Lena, please, listen to me.
Как же?
Yeah, right.
Не слушай этого болтуна, Полиночка.
Don't listen to this liar, Polinochka.
Ты еще не знаешь.
You don't even know.
Он тебя на другую променял. Не из нашей школы.
He's not even cheating when you haven't even been dating. It's fine. That he cheated on you with someone not from our school.
На Алису.
With Lisa. Polina slouched as if someone kicked her in the stomach, and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor, wailing and screaming. Don't worry, he's not that much of a catch, Polina. Day 2 being at school. What's wrong with these kids? No, no. Why her, Anton? Why? I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Pauline aside before getting shoved violently by Katya.
Убери от нее свои лапы, чудовище!
Get your paws off her, you monster. Rage was building up under the veil of my fear. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip. It's a shawl. We got a wolf to join our fox and bunny band. What? Rocket
I
League.
wonder if I can pull myself out of it.
Patrick Arrow. How was your stream, Shao?
I did it.
Is a me. You did it. How was the Rocket of Leagues? And welcome Raiders. Was goods? Did you win? Yeah, Kel wasn't killed behind the door. Yeah. Just eaten by a garage. Did the orbs? Nice. Did some wins? Good. Glad to hear. Congratulations. We are reading some Tiny Bunny. We have a nice safety fox girl as our girlfriend, and we met a nice forest demon horned lord guy who gave us candy and toys and a heckin' gun, which they never said anything about, but it was a heckin' gun. But whatever. Russian stories are weird. Hey, Oreo. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Truckun. See, there's the source. There's the source of all the isekais is in the Monster Garage. Truckun parks in the Monster Garage. Oh yeah, and also there is a pitch black Monster Garage that is trying to eat us. Is traveling through the woods and trying to eat us. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore with this story. Oh, friends, have a good sleep. Go bed. Good night. And thank you for hanging out. It's good seeing you. No. Absolutely not, Oreo. Let's see. I felt my upper lip lift creep up. Upper lip. Felt my upper lip lift creep up. Okay. Showing my teeth.
То, что твой отец бьет мать, еще не дает тебе права поднимать руку на девушку.
The fact that your father beats your mother doesn't give you the right to do the same to girls. My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I already lunged at the angry Katya. Aha!
Слетел-таки! Слетел!
He went nuts. Nuts.
Спасите! Помогите! Петров с катушек слетел!
It is perfect writing. Help, help! Petrov went completely insane. Yeah, there was this one boy's name that they just kept like having multiple spellings of, because it wasn't even just the shortening kind of nickname. It was just reversing letters, sometimes just taking an A out for no reason. It was like they couldn't make up their mind what this guy's name was. Niggas. At the same moment, the crowd around her became louder. It started whistling and roaring and growing. Okay. What classmates do. The subtle silhouettes of my schoolmates became larger, wider. They shot upward toward the ceiling. Turned into a giant black forest, chock full of toothy faces. Yeah, it's probably fine. I shrank to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear before the might of ulcer-ridden trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell.
Вот ты и показал свое животное нутро.
So you've finally shown your animal nature.
Трус!
Coward. Katya's face was twisted with jubilation and ecstasy. Ecstasy. I'm sorry. Fox Girl is safety according to Tim. But why her? No.
Чем она лучше меня?
Hello. Yeah, I need to mute this for a second. There's a lot of drama music going on. Oh? Oh, gee, Brana's here. Whoa, thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. How goes it?
This looks like Rick, you're in this game. Rick, you're not here, but you're in the game. Look at that. It's
Playing some Fall Guys. Nice. How was the stream? All the dramatic rates, yeah. Goes well. How about you? We're just living our best life. We have a Fox Girl girlfriend, and we met a nice horned demon guy in the woods, and he gave us candy and toys and a gun, and we're in a little nice nightmare right now. It's going pretty good, you could say. Yeah, demon candy. It's the best. It's spicy. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome, Raiders. I'm Kel. I'm a Dragon VTuber, a variety streamer, but I often focus on horror and a bit of VR. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. What? Yeah, welcome back. Oh yeah, and we have an evil garage that's stalking us in the woods. I don't even know. Russian stories are weird. That's what we're getting from this so far. Yeah, stay away from the evil monster garage. Our garage daddy. Yes, standard nature. As I think Tim said, nature is beautiful. No. Okay. What makes her better than me? Helena screamed while choking on her tears.
Он!
He is just
Животное!
an animal,
Чужак!
an outsider. The nose really makes it. A scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descended somewhere from above, and I dug myself into them. All right. Have a good food time. Thank you. And again, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it so very much. Have a good time.
Пожалуйста!
Please. Wake up. What? I jump up, almost falling out of bed. The animal is right. He is the animal. Yep. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Olya's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear. Ulu.
Антон! Пожалуйста!
Please.
Вставай! Вставай!
Wake up. Wake up. It took my eyes a while to focus on the silhouette near the window. Olya's voice was distant. My head was still ringing after the fight. Sounds got distorted, as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase.
Сова! Сова!
The owl! The owl!
Пожалуйста!
Please.
Я боюсь!
I'm scared. Her tears poured on my heart like boiling water. but I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, this scared Olya wouldn't have woken me up.
Оля, я сейчас.
Wait a second, Olya.
Хочешь, я тебе Мурзилку почитаю?
Want me to read Murzilka for you? What's Murzilka? A Soviet and Russian monthly illustrated magazine for kids. It has been published since 1924. The magazine uses an unidentified yellow creature wearing a scarf and a red beret as its mascot. Huh. Writers like Samuel Marshak and Agnieszka Barto contributed to the magazine early in their careers.
Подожди.
Give me... I placed my bare heels on the cold floor. Felt around for my glasses. Remembered Semyon, his underhanded act, and sighed.
Антон! Пожалуйста!
Please.
Пожалуйста!
Please.
Посмотри!
Look. She couldn't tear her eyes off the window, as if it was a staring contest. I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp poured bright light all over me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it farther the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward.
Оль,
Olya,
что там?
what's there?
Что-то случилось?
What happened?
Ты хочешь, чтобы я открыл шторы?
Do you want me to open the curtains?
Нет, не надо!
No, please don't.
Там же сова!
The owl is there. The voice was coming from behind. I turned around and froze from the terror. Teary-eyed Olya stood in the doorway.
С кем?
Who
С кем ты разговаривал, братик?
were you talking to right now? She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer.
Я разговаривал с тобой. С тем, кто притворился тобой.
Yeah, it's just Yoru. Outside the window, it's okay. I was talking to you. To someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside my windows creaked ominously, as if someone huge was sitting on top of it. And the thing that pretended to be Olya started spreading, changing shape, grow to scary heights under the light of the carnivorous moon. Hevro? Please. Come closer. Come here. The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. The thing that was hiding behind my curtains got tired of pretending, making me look like a fool. It's a candy daddy. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping that the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare, a hallucination, brought upon by the cursed house. And those don't bite, do they? The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Olya's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. It came to get us. Another knock. I stepped back into the middle of the room. We're just casually stopping by to give children candy, toys, and guns. I mean, I could see it. As if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering. Then it suddenly lighted the whole room and went out, like a candle in the strong wind. The filament inside it snapped with a ringing sound. Yeah, he's making sure everyone's ready. The darkness that was waiting for that exact moment poured from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Olya started squealing and pressing herself into my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with a carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. No, it wasn't trying to break the window. It was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss.
Уходи! Убирайся! Пошла прочь!
Go away! Get out! Shoo! She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. Anton! Come closer. I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot.
Скажи ей, Антон!
Tell her, Anton.
Скажи, что я больше не буду себя плохо
Tell it that I won't be a bad girl anymore.
Никогда!
Never ever.
Только пусть она уйдет!
I just want it to leave.
Пожалуйста!
Please. The moonlight suddenly disappeared, and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped towards the curtains, entranced by the call of this disfigured guest.
Не буду, не буду, не буду, не буду!
Olya was standing behind me, mumbling, "I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good." The bleak window was creeping closer. Curtains rustled. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fear in the eye. At that moment, I heard noise coming from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain to the side in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge among the scattered feathers. My glasses. The ones that Semyon took from me. How did they get here? Was that a gift from the gurgling night? Did that owl really bring them here? Yeah, just a nice burp. I looked at the front yard, at the foreboding clearing, at the toothy forest. Not a soul, not a trace of our late-night guest. I mean, that's pretty much a trace, right? Yeah, thank you, Spooky Yoder. A nice friend, yeah. Only the old lamppost, dreaming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape, and the stipes of glued newspaper before plastic windows became widely accessible in Russia. The cracks in frames of wooden windows were filled with cotton or pieces of cloth and sealed with self-adhesive tape or strips of newspaper soaked in soapy water to conserve heat in winter. Opened the window with big trouble. Frost pinned me with its little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. I touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hands. Well, if only there were some evidence. It's fine. But they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Semyon and his gang just pulled a prank on me. That was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints. But there were none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restless writhing.
Вы почему не спите?
Why aren't you in bed? I swayed from surprise and almost fell out of the window.
Совсем сдурели?
Are you out of your mind?
Жарко, что ли?
Did it feel hot in here?
Не болели давно?
Do you want to catch a cold?
Там сова была! Тоша ее прогнал!
The owl was here. Tosha chased it away.
А ну-ка марш спать к себе в комнату!
Go to your room immediately and get in your bed.
А с тобой?
And you. Mom paused, directing her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Olya by the shoulder, and left, throwing gloomy words my way.
Завтра поговорим.
We'll talk tomorrow. I managed to get the frame back in place with a couple of hits, pressed in the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. Yeah, what crime even? I guess taking off the seal on the windows, and being awake? The cold left the room, but the fear was still present. I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask. Just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. That night, I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads. And it wasn't Vova. His face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Semyon. Babarin's photo was printed out and placed under the glass like an exhibition piece. And now we hit episode 3. There was still so much in episode 2. But it was a good catch up. Now we can start some new stuff. Newer stuff, I guess. On end, the wolf's gray fur will stand. You are Boba. He's the one who hated Babarin. You think he did it? I've heard he is a weirdo. The warm farewells Ramka and Biasha shouted at the back of fleeing Semyon echoed inside my head.
Горло тебе перережу, слышишь?
I'll cut your throat, you hear?
Свинья!
Porky. Was Ramka serious about his threats? Would he chase his former friend deep into the forest and then what? Kill him? Just like that? No, that can't be right. I hurriedly rubbed my glasses. The glasses! Semyon was clutching them in his fist while trying to escape the barrage of kicks and slaps from his friends. Former friends by now. And in just a couple of hours, this lost item was lying on the ledge of my window. Must have gone to bed partway through. No, that's fine. It was a good, since we put on the mask last time, that was a completely different path than what we had before. Because we just got beat up and stuff like that. And then it cut to the whole going home part. So we totally got a different path from that. So, awesome. We would never have experienced Monster Garage without continuing. It was hard to imagine that Syoma suddenly got guilty conscience and returned my glasses in such a strange way. I was shocked but kept walking towards the classroom, accompanied by nasty whispers all around me. That photo still stood before my eyes. Semyon had gone missing. Semyon is gone. His fat fingers will never get to my throat. His signet ring won't smash into my chin. He'll never humiliate me again. Wasn't that what I wished for? On the other hand, did I really wish Semyon to become a murky stain on the notice board? He was still someone's son, or a grandson, and he went through the same struggles as me. Did I really wish for my unseen companion to dispatch him in such a brutal fashion? I didn't know the answer. Or I was just scared of it. Nonetheless, school still had something nice about it. Polina, the girl with the violin, was like a mountain spring, like well water that you gulped down, pressing your lips against the zinc outer ring of a bucket, and can't ever get enough. What if I make her one of the characters in the story I'll draw, The protagonist will save her from terrifying monsters. As soon as I thought of monsters, a bunch of my classmates slid down the rails, smirking like the xenomorphs from the Alien. Do xenos smirk? I thought they just went ee. Teefies. I don't know. Oh yeah, maybe the penis mouth smiles. I immediately felt larvae of fear writhe in my stomach. I didn't want to cross paths with Romka and Vyasha after what happened yesterday, especially since Semyon suddenly went missing. I entered the classroom and went towards the last row. All of the chatter suddenly died down, so I walked there in complete silence. It felt like my classmates pushed and poked me with their stares. They carefully observed my every move. I stared at my desk with a huge pile of library textbooks on top, my fists clenched. It felt like I was the one who disappeared in that snowy forest, and my desk was finally used for something worthwhile. Semyon's empty chair stood in front of me. The chair that once belonged to Vova gathered dust somewhere in another classroom. Guess that's all I got. Sit down. After a moment of hesitation, I sat down at Babarin's desk, the place where I was supposed to be assigned by Lilia Pavlovna at first. The chatter resumed as if someone just unpaused a movie.
Бабушка Бабурина такой кипиш устроила, когда он домой не явился.
Babarin's grandma made such a fuss when he didn't return home.
Сначала в школу прибежала, потом ментов вызвала.
First, she ran to the school, then called the cops.
Да-да-да.
Yes, yes, yes. Katya snuck a cunning glance at me, then leaned into her neighbor and whispered something. Girls from the second row also leaned in. She shared something with them, too. Whispers. Nods. I kept catching her stare on myself. Her neighbors stared, too. The whole class was watching me. It was like they felt the need to watch me because they were searching for traces of blood on my fingers. I wanted to defend myself and shout, "Guys, listen, I'm innocent." Romka gave me a heavy, worried look. He was probably as stunned by Semyon's disappearance as everyone else. But then he directed his stare straight at my face. It felt like he was about to point his finger at me and shout at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, look! Babarin snatched his glasses yesterday, and now he has them back. Murderer." But he remained silent, as if there was nothing special at all about my glasses. I may be going mad, but I think Romka knows something. He knows something, but he won't tell me what. Maybe you don't poke the kid you think is responsible for the... Yeah, it's probably fine, right? But it was also possible he didn't care at all, just like everyone else. Then Romka shifted his eyebrows in suspicion and stared at Katya, as if informing her that he didn't believe a word she said. I wanted to believe that Romka would take my side. And Bayasha, who sat sprawled in his chair, with his chin pressed against the table too. But they were silent. A terrifying thought flashed in my mind. These two could easily betray me, push me off the cliff. Just like they did with Semyon. As if looking for protection, I clutched the ruler in my hand until my hand hurt.
Не надо быть Коломбо, чтобы догадаться.
You don't have to be Columbo to solve this. Columbo, an American crime drama television series starring Peter Falk as Columbo, a homicidal, it's a little different, a homicide detective at the Los Angeles Police Department. Little different. Yeah, geometry saved me from murder accusations.
Кто на Бабурина зуб имел?
Who held a grudge against Babarin? Reading. Reading is, reading hard. Words be hard.
Кто его вчера ударил? Поиздевался.
Who
а
hit him
после-
yesterday? Bullied him, and then... The metal ruler fell out of my weak fingers. It hit the floor with a jingle, and that made the other kids shudder. Katya bit her tongue and squirmed nervously. Chairs scraped against the floor. My classmates moved away from me, closer to the exit, towards the teacher's desk. I was not the only one to catch wind of that change. Ramka and Byasha looked around and winced in contempt. It's good that they were clearly on my side.
Да прикуси ты!
Shut it.
Бабурин, небось, с бабкой посрался и дымил-на.
I betcha Babarin just got a whipping from his old hag and ran off.
Скоро найдется.
They'll find him soon.
Найдется, ага.
Keep an eye out for foxes. They'll find him all right,
Во враге,
in a
со
ravine,
вспоротым брюхом.
with his stomach cut open. I gulped. I imagine Soma on a snowy blanket, his face, white like a fish belly, split down the middle by the crevice of his mouth, snowflakes falling on his glassy eyes and filling up his throat. See? I could almost hear his condescending tone. It's all your fault. Of course, Semyon did me a favor by disappearing. Thanks to him, my classmates now stared at me in awe. But that was only one side of the coin. What if I'll have to repay that favor soon? The door creaked. Polina entered the classroom. I straightened up in a hurry so she wouldn't see me looking like a scared critter. Polina found me with her eyes, gave me a short nod, and went to her seat. Katya rushed over to her neighbors again, like a lab rat that saw a treat, and started whispering, switching her gaze between me and Polina. Blah, blah, blah. Hot dog. Messages on pieces of paper started jumping around the classroom. The ringer's trill announced the start of the class.
Так, заканчиваем бардак. Дети, встаньте.
All right, stop messing around. Class, stand up.
Петров, тебя это тоже
You
касается.
too, Petrov. Thank you. What is this music? It sounds more like the music for, like a... I don't know. Harvest Moon or something. I don't know. It's peppy. Lilia Pavlovna went to her desk, followed by a policeman in a uniform. On a big stretch. Stretch. Going to the fridge door. So thirsty. Gotta take sippies of bathwater. It was the man that visited us just recently, tall, and his stare so sharp you could get cut on it.
Здрасте.
Hello there, kids.
Здравствуйте!
Hi.
Садитесь.
You can sit down, kids.
Познакомьтесь. Это старший лейтенант Константин Владимирович Тихонов.
This is our senior lieutenant, Konstantin Vladimirovich Tikhonov. Tikhonov? Yeah. Words.
Он задаст вам несколько вопросов и проведет небольшую лекцию по безопасности.
Jones, this would totally be the game that you should read, right? You like names. He's going to ask you a couple of questions and give you a small PSA.
Лучше лекция от милиционера, чем уроки.
The class livened up. Talking to a policeman was way better than studying. I, on the other hand, was ready to sit through hundreds of hours of Russian literature just to escape the lieutenant's oppressive stare. His brown eyes felt around the room, looking for me. Hair stood on the back of my neck, and an icicle had lodged in my gut.
А правда, что Бабурина маньяк убил?
Is it true that Babarin got killed by a serial killer?
Екатерина, ну-ка цыц. Вопросы здесь взрослые задают.
Shush, Ekaterina. Let the adults ask questions here.
Просто нам всем страшно.
We're all scared.
Может, убийца бродит где-то рядом?
Maybe the killer is somewhere close.
Или сидит у нас за спиной?
Maybe they're even sitting among us. Her sly stare was directed at me. Tikhonov stepped in between the rows of desks and started walking at an excruciatingly slow pace, brushing his fingers against the chairs he passed by. Some of the students almost broke their necks following his movements. That's how a crowd of commoners would gleefully anticipate a public execution in the Middle Ages. And he just walked, getting closer and closer to me. I gritted my teeth to stop myself from screaming. Calm down. Breathe. You didn't kill or kidnap anyone. He already knew the answer to his question, but the policeman still asked in a stern voice.
Petrov Anton?
Petrov? Anton?
Да.
Yes.
Встань, Петров.
Stand up, Petrov. My muscles turned to stone. I got up, unglued myself from the chair. I felt like I could hear all my joints creak in the process. I only wished that Polina wouldn't turn around and see the grimace of horror on my face. Yeah, this is a grimace, all right. If only I could be somewhere far away, in the forest, digging myself into a snow pile, rolling up into a ball there. The officer stared at me as if he was about to lock a pair of handcuffs on my wrists. I wonder how cold these bracelets are to the touch. You're not an old enough for creaking joints. I imagined myself getting jailed and put into a juvenile detention center where tens of simians would constantly harass me.
Я ничего не знаю. Я тут ни при чем.
I don't know anything. I have nothing to do with this.
А тебя никто и не обвиняет.
Nobody is accusing you of anything.
Пока что.
For now. Only then I noticed a file that said case number in his hand. It had a gray cover made from rough carton. Yeah, it's gray. Yeah. It flopped onto the desk like a guillotine blade that slid down on someone's neck. With a measured motion, Tikhonov opened the file, still studying me with his gaze. I caught a glimpse of documents and photos. They showed prints on the snow. They looked like animal prints.
Ты с Семеном Бабуриным общался?
Have you talked to Semyon Babarin before?
Я знал его всего один день.
I only knew him for a day.
Все знают, Петров его ненавидел.
Everyone knows that Petrov hated him. I turned red. You ugly bitch. I wanted to sink my teeth into Katya's face and chew out her cheek. Instead, I replied with the calmest voice I could muster.
Мы повздорили вчера.
We had a fight yesterday.
Но он первый начал.
But he started it.
Я его ударил.
So I hit him.
Сильно?
How hard did you hit him?
Да нет, так.
Not that hard. I mean... I waved my hand indecisively. Tikhonov looked at my fist as if he was surprised that I managed to hit the big kid from the photo. Surprisingly, Lilia Pavlovna came to my rescue.
Бабурин проблемный подросток. С шилом кое-где.
Babarin is a troubled teen, a true pain in the rear.
Сам ко всем лез.
Always picking fights with other kids. It's amazing. Oh man. Okay. I was gonna pause for. I guess we have to pause and look at this now. Ooh woo. Nice. Did you use a reference from the Kraken girl, the Monster Girl encyclopedia? Because that's what it looks like. That's really good. I like it. 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10. I like that a lot. Thank you. I will say that I really like the Kraken girl too, so it works out really well. Wow, great belly. Yeah. Will you trade me your voice? I'll give you leggies. Oh, you know what? Before I get too far in this, I mean, we got pretty far already. I should save. Yes, because that was the save that I did earlier. Hey, Iron Spider. I'm doing pretty good. How's you? That's not the terminology she used. What's the terminology? Do you have a spare leg file? What's the arm? Yes, exactly. What, you don't collect limbs? You know? No? Yes? No? Okay. I mean, you could be boring if you want to be, I guess. Got to go to sleep? Ah. I hope you have a good sleep then. At every tentacles there's boots strapped. You get 10 stuffies. The officer replied with a meaningful nod and fished out a notebook out of the file.
Это твое?
Is this yours? I averted my gaze. It was a math notebook with my name on it. My classmates devoured me greedily with their eyes. It felt like even the writers on the portrait squinted at me in suspicion.
Мое.
Yes.
В лесу нашли.
We found it in the forest.
Там же тракторист, что снег убирал в последний раз, видел Бабурина.
In the area where the tractor driver, who was plowing snow there, last saw Baburin. I started blinking in bewilderment. Romka ransacked my school bag. This notebook probably just got lost somewhere in the bushes. The lieutenant knew about the school brawl, but was he aware of the fight in the forest clearing? I had witnesses that could testify to Semyon and I walking in different directions after that. I looked towards the boys, hopeful. Romka, who sat behind Tikovna, put a finger to his lips. And when the officer quickly turned around, he pretended to pick on his nose. I deciphered his signal. Boys like Romka would probably say something like, "Snitches get stitches," in a situation like this. I frantically fixed my glasses. Wait, Semyon took them away yesterday, but now they're...
Так что ты делал вчера в лесу, Антон?
So what were you doing in the forest yesterday, Anton?
Я в школу через лес хожу.
I go to school through the forest.
Могла выпасть легко.
It could have easily fallen out of my bag. Easily, just like me producing this half-truth.
Будь осторожнее.
Be careful out there. Before I could realize whether it was a genuine piece of advice or a veiled threat, the teacher said,
Класс. А сейчас лейтенант расскажет о правилах, которые вам необходимо соблюдать.
Class, the officer will now tell you about some rules you should follow.
Так маньяк все-таки есть.
So the killer does exist.
Пока мы ничего вам сказать не можем.
We can't make any of this public for now. Romka swayed in his chair and gave me a thumbs up. Attaboy. Good job keeping your trap shut. I nodded, even though I didn't feel a shred of pride from his praise. After all, he was the one who threw my notebooks and textbooks into the snow. He was the one ordering Semyon, despite changing his allegiance later.
Но есть преступник или нет, вы должны четко помнить о собственной безопасности.
Whether the criminal really exists or not, you should be mindful of your safety.
Вас бережет милиция. Вас опекают родители и учителя. Но в первую очередь защищать себя должны вы сами.
The police, your parents, and your teachers all watch over you, but no one guard you better than you yourself.
Итак, кто там что хотел узнать?
All right, any questions? A stockade of arms rose from the desks. The kids shouted over each other, swarming the policemen with questions. In an attempt to calm down the chorus, he moved towards the blackboard. The gray file was left lying in front of me. I stared at it, my breathing so ragged that I might have looked like someone who just ran a 100-meter sprint. Beads of sweat rolled down my neck.
Ясно.
I looked around the classroom.
Так.
Unless you're into kinky shit, Sevens, then the marking thing is totally a thing as well. My classmates were catching officers' every word. Only Romka was saying something to Biasha. Lilia Pavlovna was staring into the window, fighting back yawns.
Объявлять комендантский
Dan,
час
skip
причин
or
пока нет.
open? Are we skipping or opening?
Слишком мало времени прошло с момента исчезновения вашего одноклассника.
Fighting is also a thing that some people do as far as
Мы
marking
все уверены, что он найдется живым и здоровым.
people too.
Но сразу после урока
In human suction. Yeah, you're supposed to make it sexy. You're not supposed to make it hurt necessarily, unless that's what they want, I guess. Open?
гулять во
Okay.
дворах, чтобы вас видели.
Nobody paid me any mind, so I slowly opened the file. Free loot. My fingers started sifting through the documents. In fact, obsessive bottom. Wait, Ksenia Talaleva, 6 years old, left her home sometime in December. Identifying features. Okay. My heart almost jumped out from the ribcage. A round-faced girl no older than Olya smiled at me from the photo. The first victim of a serial killer? The first child to disappear in the forest without a trace? I turned another page. Vladimir Matyukin, 10 years old. Vova was the second. His mitten hanging from the branch, his name called out by desperate adults and repeated by the sneering echo. Lilia Pavlovna coughed, trying to calm down the rowdy students. I yanked my hand away, and the file closed.
Теперь поговорим о диких животных. Как известно, в наших лицах водятся волки,
Dan, do we want to
медведи,
read more?
лисы. Людей они боятся и близко не подходят.
Can we read more?
Но
I
бывают
guess.
животные
Maybe?
бешеные.
Oh, I guess he stopped. Okay, well. The officer finished his lecture and started searching around with his eyes. Finally, he noticed the folder he left on my desk, put it silently under his arm, and went towards the blackboard without looking back. I guess it really was a timed thing, maybe. You need to go, Ben? Okay, have a good sleep, Naga. Thank you for hanging out and participating in story time. Have a good bit.
И еще раз.
Thick sleep, yeah. Let me say this again.
Если вы заметите в поселке кого-то подозрительного, неважно, возле школы или на лесной тропинке, сразу
With the
сообщайте
grudge.
в милицию.
If you see anyone suspicious in the village, be it near the school or on the forest trail, contact the police immediately.
Телефон-то знаете?
You know our number, right? 02.
Спасибо, ребята.
Thanks for listening, boys and girls.
Спасибо, Лилия Павловна.
Thank you, Lilia Pavlovna. Yeah, there you go, Sevens.
И это.
And
Одноклассника вашего мы найдем.
we'll find your classmate. Yeah, right, a thought flashed through my mind. Dig through enough ditches and maybe you'll be able to piece him together. Like Legos. My thoughts turned evil for some reason, and I couldn't control them. I tried to switch to the lieutenant's speech about suspicious individuals. What if I saw the killer before? What if I was a hair's breadth away from them? Suspicious people. How suspicious was the fox girl that wandered in the darkness? I don't know. How suspicious is our fox girlfriend? A weirdo that always appears out of nowhere and then dissolves into thin air with her riddles and rhymes? Could she really harm the hulking Semyon? Should I tell the officer about her? What if lives of other kids depended on this? Of the cute Ksenia or Vova, too? Fox mommy sus? Nah. Yeah, that's true. She's the safety fox. Tim said so. Wait, what if I get mocked for speaking out? What if they'll start whispering behind my back? Or what's even worse, think that I'm insane? Ramka gave me a stern look over the shoulder. I doubt someone like him would approve of cooperating with the police. Katya's braid dangled nervously behind the delinquent sitting in front of me. My hand was glued to the desk.
До свидания, лейтенант.
Tikhonov was saying goodbye to Lilia Pavlovna. He was about to leave. He'll be too late soon. Tell him or stay silent. Asking Chet to turn on their fox waifu. I mean, I don't know. Tim, you're the leader of the fox waifu brigade. What do you think? I really don't want to be friends with the kid though either. Yeah, lead us, King. I like that this class looks so rowdy, yeah? I mean, it's up to you. What are we choosing? Silence? Okay. We'll stay silent. Nope. Come on. No way. I've had enough of humiliation. I'll keep my head down, like a bunny. I locked my fingers and zipped my mouth. The bell rang. Lilia Pavlovna passed by without looking my way. Polina left after her. My classmates went silent at the same time, as if someone muted the sound on a TV. They followed me with their eyes the whole time I was passing between the rows. Judgmental looks. I felt like I was in the scopes of many sniper rifles. I squeezed through the barricade made of desks, looking for Polina. But instead, I stumbled into my new buddies. Ramka and Biasha were waiting for me at the notice board.
Я в тебе не ошибся, Тошик.
I was right about you, Toshik.
Пацан!
Attaboy.
Ты спалил, как мы чуть было свинью не забили.
You didn't rat us out. You know, us roughing up Porky.
Это повело бы милицию по ложному следу.
This would have given the police a false lead.
Наверное.
I think.
А вы точно не имеете отношения к исчезновению Семена?
Are you sure you have nothing to do with Semyon's disappearance?
Мы-то нет, а вот
No.
ты.
But what about you?
Помнишь, как срулил от нас в потемках?
Remember how you bailed out on us in the darkness?
Ага, я так и говорю. Очкарик, дверь!
Yeah, I was like, this Four Eyes is a beast.
Фявырного нагонит и кокнет на!
We'll catch up with that fatso and end him.
Базаришь.
What he said.
Однако мы тебе верим, а ты нам?
But we believe you. Works both ways, right? Ramka's stern look made me uncomfortable, so I nodded.
Вот ты славно.
Good to hear. Ramka lowered his voice and looked around the corner in suspicion, or the corridor in suspicion. Ugh, losing it. The other kids were stealing glances at us, whispering.
Что ж, Сёма пропал, это
So,
правда.
Сёма is missing. That's a fact.
Как и факт, что не просто пропал, а скорее
Not-
всего уже сдох.
Not just missing, but most likely already dead. Yasha shuddered.
А ты почем знаешь?
How do you know that?
Так
Because
мы за это уже терли. Здесь такие случаи не впервой.
we already talked about this. It's not the first time this has happened.
Думаешь, Сенечка, Вова этот и Сёма в Нарнию попали?
Think of Senechka, Vova, and Syoma went to Narnia?
Посидят в лесу с карамелькой за щекой и назад пришлепают.
And they'll return from the forest after hanging out there, sucking on some candy? Well, let me just mention.
Ясно же, кто их к себе прибрал.
It's clear who got them.
Неужели черный?
Can it be the black?
Маничела!
The serial killer!
Бля, буду пацаны!
Sure as
Это
fuck,
все местное
guys.
Чикатило.
It's the local Chikatilo? What is that? Andrei Chikatilo, a Soviet serial killer and cannibal. He's sexually assaulted and killed at least 43 people, mostly women and children. He was later deemed legally sane and sentenced to death by a firing squad. Wow.
Вычислить бы еще, кто он такой.
If only we could find out who he is.
Ну, если этот убийца Бабурина завалил,
Well, if that killer
он и по
offed
нашу душу
Baburin,
явится, отвечаю.
he'll come after us too.
Что же делать?
He can hear the faint sound of a garage door opening on the wind. What do we do now?
Вместе держаться, вот что. Втроем мы, как Вольтрон.
Stay together, that's what. The three of us are like Voltron. I just gotta see the description. An anime series about 5 teenagers that fight a robot alliance that can fuse into a single mega robot to protect the universe from the forces of evil. It was aired in Russia during the 1990s on channel 2x2?
Это... В Вольтроне их
They were-
5 было на.
There were 5 of them in Voltron, eh?
Ну, считай, мы покалеченный Вольтрон.
We're just an injured Voltron then. He looked at me with an adult gaze and nodded. His eyes were full of worry and sadness.
Ладно, раз Сёмы больше нет, айда с нами.
Yeah, injured Voltron versus the garage door. That would be a pretty good movie, huh? Yeah, or that episode, yeah. Whatever, since Syoma is no longer with us, let's go.
Дело одно есть. Постоишь для вида, покараулишь. Тебя, кажется, уже боятся все.
We have a job to do. You'll keep watch for us. Everybody seems to be scared shitless of you. Scared shitless? Of me? While I still couldn't wrap all of that around my head, their attitude softened me up and I agreed on the spot. I followed Ramka and Byasha through the twilight corridors of our school, savoring my newfound brazenness. We walked pompously, like heroes of some criminal drama. Drama? Drama! Yeah. As if the three of us had access to some knowledge, hidden from everybody else. I'm not sure I would have gone with them if they told me what the goal of our campaign was. We hid in the darkness near the school gym, and my companions started rubbing their knuckles, watching boys leave the dressing room. Finally, Byasha pointed at someone inside the crowd.
Вон этот лох!
Here's that sucker. Ramka smiled dangerously and proclaimed in a low voice.
Стой на стреме, и если кто из училок объявится, дай знать.
Keep watch. If you see a teacher, let us know.
Гляди в 4 глаза.
Watch with all 4 eyes, eh? Watch with all 4 eyes.
Давай, давай! Ты нам должен.
I stood at the corner, filled with conflicting feelings and thoughts. In a cul-de-sac behind me, Romka was having a back and forth with some fifth grader.
Может, тебя на счетчик поставить, а?
The boy was protesting on the verge of tears, but Romka stood his ground, spewing countless obscenities at him, with Biasha occasionally adding a couple of words of his own. Would Dad praise me for involving myself with this?
Все, вали давай.
All right now, scram. My new friends came out of the cul-de-sac. A light bulb illuminated the camera in Romka's hands.
Ого, Polaroid.
Wow, a Polaroid. Is it yours? Romka shook the black electronics marvel with a retractable flash, disinterested.
Теперь мой.
It is now.
Мне тут один должник велик торчал за свой гнилой базар.
There was this guy who owed me a bike for talking shit.
Но, говорит, нет у него велосипеда.
Turned out he didn't have one.
Вот и расплатился фотиком.
So he paid with the cam.
А мне он, честно говоря, в хер не впился.
And have jack shit used for it. I felt bad for that boy, but all the negative thoughts disappeared when I looked at the treasured camera. I could clearly imagine how happy Olya would be with this Polaroid. I imagined myself taking pictures of my sister, dad, and mom. The faces of my family would gradually appear on the hard paper as if emerging from the dissolving mist. I'd take pictures of Polina, too. That way, I'd be able to get her photo for myself. I'd keep it in my desk, under lock and key.
Раз он тебе не нужен, можешь мне его отдать?
If you don't need it, can I get it? Roma measured me with a sharp glare, turning into the Romka I'd met yesterday. The callous leader of a carnivorous pack.
Ты извини, братан, но я вещами просто так не разбрасываюсь.
Sorry, bro, but I don't throw away things like that.
Могу в ломбард загнать, ну или разыграть во что-нибудь.
I can drop it at a pawn shop, or bet it on some game. For some reason, as soon as he mentioned a game, I remembered Elisa. I looked at the Polaroid.
Ну давай я с тобой на него сыграю.
Well,
Во что?
let's play for it then. Do you have a game in mind? Yasha snickered into his fist.
Черов! Снимем с нашего Антошки последние штаны.
Yo, Romka, shall we make Antoshka lose his shirt?
Я тебе что, пидор с пацанов штаны снимать?
Do I look like someone who'd strip another dude to you? Romka stared at me from above.
На что играть собрался?
What do you have to bet?
У тебя хоть
Do
бабки
you even have
есть?
cash?
Во-во! Свети карманы, Тош!
That's right. What's in your pockets, Toshik? I slowly turned the pockets of my pants inside out, in vain hopes of salvaging at least some change from my lunch money. That was a hiccup. Blech. Something rustled in my pocket. I fished out the Mercedes-Benz insert I got thanks to Elisa. I guess I shoved it in there without thinking when it flew out of my school bag with all the notebooks.
А на вкладыши играете?
Will you play for this insert? Yasha's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as soon as I brought the car's picture closer, but Romka didn't even move a muscle.
Хочешь, чтобы я целый фотик за какой-то там фантик отдал?
Want me to bet a whole cam for some insert?
Это
That's...
Да жвачки это рубль цена, а в полароиде кассета еще целая.
The gum is worth 1 ruble, and this Polaroid has a fresh cartridge inside.
Да это да!
Look, that's...
Ой, у меня таких
I
вкладышей
have a shit ton
жопой
of
жуй, на
inserts
кой
like
мне
that.
еще?
Why would I want Mercedes-Benz, eh? The one we're still missing, Romka.
Фу, блин.
Romka spit on the ground and slapped Biasha over the back of the head.
Ну ты и трепло, братка. Теперь он за него цену до небес взвинтит.
Why can't you keep your mouth shut? Now he'll just jack up the price. Just like I suspected, this automobile was a valuable addition for every turbo-gummed collector.
Ага, значит,
Aha.
появился интерес?
So this caught your eye after all.
Так во что будем играть?
What are we going to play?
Подкидного!
Siege Dirac? Dinner and
Ложечки?
donuts. Yum. Delicious. Mumble tea peg? In the blink of an eye, I like that they mention all these games that don't actually give information about it, like the other stuff. Anyway, in the blink of an eye, a greasy deck of most likely marked cards appeared in Biasha's hands, and Romka masterfully swung his butterfly knife in front of my nose. I had no desire to play by their rules.
А давайте в камень-ножницы.
Let's play rock, paper, scissors.
О, а ты у нас любишь рисковать.
Oh, I see you're a gambler.
Ну что, мой полароид против твоего Мерса?
All right, my Polaroid against your Mercedes?
По рукам.
Deal. Man, should I save? I should save. Okay, what are we doing? What are we betting? Oh no! Toss. All rock. All rock time. Okay. Can we smell it? Shotgun. Zombie. I don't know. Ninja. Okay, rock, I guess. Okay. Tie. What's the next one? Just rock all the time? He's a man of culture. Every with a rock. The classic double rock. Is it gonna be the triple rock? Shisha, double rock. Now he thinks you're gonna do rock again. Third rock is the charm. So what are we doing? Are we doing triple rock? Are we doing something else? I guess rock, right? Do you rock again? Okay, we're doing rock again. Third is the charm. We're doing it. Sort of. Now this is tough. See, stand still. This is the toughest battle we've had yet. If you want to gamble, go paper. He's on to us. This is the new secret handshake. Just... I shouldn't have made that motion. Oh, stop it. It's fine. This is fine. This is completely fine. I lost it. It's gone. Anyway. Do scissors. Think of all the good times we've had. Can't cave on rock? We could do rock again. What do you guys? Spam rock? Okay, spam rock. No. Okay, we gotta load. We gotta load up, right? Okay. Don't let them break you. Like this game. He has no moral authority over us. Imagine betraying a rock. Okay, so how many times did we do that? Oh, dang. Just right away? Okay, alright, 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 alright. So... Oh, okay, alright. Just... right into the ground. Follow my heart. Ah! I raised my fist towards the ceiling in triumph.
Стопэ, стопэ. У нас принято
Best
до
of
3 побед
5?
играть.
Fuck you.
А
Fine.
раньше сказать.
Why didn't you say that earlier?
Ты думал, все так просто будет?
Did you think it'd be this easy, eh?
Не пойму, чё ты
What's with the
хмуришься-то?
pouting phase?
Один раз
You
уже
already have the
выиграл,
advantage
преимущество
here.
на твоей стороне. Давай-ка продолжим. Раз, два, три!
Let's continue. 1, 2, 3. Okay, okay, what are we doing? We save it? Alright, we're saving it. Okay, now what are we doing? Rigs. Okay, just going with our heart. Follow my heart. Okay. Genesis Rock. Hey! Save again? Should I save again? Rock strong. Cannot lose. Okay, we'll say it one more time, just so we keep this progress. Rock 'em and sock 'em. Okay, rock strong. Damn. Rock not that strong. With nothing but rock? Did it! Jones, you did not lead us astray. All in on rock. I looked at my opponent with suspicion.
Ну, я выиграл? Или теперь мне нужно еще и Бяшу обыграть?
So, do I win now? Or do I need to beat Biasha too? Ramka mumbled something under his breath. He'd probably refuse to play by the rules, and I'll be left with nothing.
Эй, Ромыч, все по чесноку,
Hey, Ramka, he won fair and square, eh? Ramka reluctantly gave up.
Везучий ты, сука.
You're
Держи.
one lucky bastard. Here. Get heckin' destroyed.
Только писюн свой не фоткай.
Just don't take pictures of your wiener. I mean, I could do whatever I want with it. I weighed the Polaroid on my hands and realized that I was smirking, like a true winner. Well, I'm gonna save again. I guess it'd be safe to override that at that point, right? We'll just remember that we saved over there. I don't want to hear about luck from someone who felt rock was weak and did paper. It's making like a true rock enjoyer. This impressive work with rock is gonna pique Ryu's attention. You're doing quality sister bonding time in Deep Rock Galactic. You don't know my life, I'll take all kinds of photos. Tell him. I mean, it's not like it's gonna be posted on the internet. It's the Polaroid. Like a true wiener, yeah? It's been 7 days since the lieutenant visited our class. Oh, wow. At first glance, everything was still the same. We'll find a stopping point soonish, probably. The forest still held out its gnarly claws towards the village, and the wind whipped up white flags weaved from powdery snow every night. When my parents argued in the other room, I would turn up the TV's volume to silence their muffled voices and sit close to Olya. Vova's and Semyon's photos were still 2 black spots on the notice board, and round-faced Senya hasn't returned home, too. But something did change. I could see how different the looks of my classmates were. Classmates. They made my pockets bulge with gifted apples. Their animosity was gone. School wasn't scary anymore. But most importantly, a shadow slid across my desk, leaving behind a mysterious note. I glanced into the space between rows, but the messenger was already nowhere to be found. Who sent me this note? What could this possibly... What could this carefully ripped out and neatly folded piece of paper be hiding from me? More threats and humiliation, or... I took the piece of paper and carefully inhaled the wafting aroma. Blackberry. I'll be waiting at the cul-de-sac near the dressing room. Come alone. Heart. Woo 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 woo. Inside was a message in beautiful handwriting. Blah 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 blah. Drunk on that sudden call, I immediately started walking, looking over my shoulder from time to time, making sure nobody is following me. I didn't even notice how I almost broke into a run and jumped around the corner. Certified hand-holding moment? Coming to the cul-de-sac. Ah! And then it's the black garage in the cul-de-sac waiting for him. Nom 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 nom. As soon as I did that, I ran into somebody inside the dark nook.
Ой!
Ow! Like a magic bird, a green notebook glided to my feet. Helena puffed her cheeks in exaggerated anger.
Петров! Да ты совсем зрение потерял.
Petrov, have you lost your sight completely? Garage Kun came to see him, yeah. Confess feelings. Nom? I fixed my glasses. My nearsightedness wasn't that embarrassing anymore. I bent down and picked up the notebook.
Прости, я так торопился. Ты меня ждала? Что случилось?
Sorry, I was in a rush. Were you waiting for me? Did something happen? Helena studied me with her eyes and clicked her tongue.
А знаешь, на что ты похож, Антоша?
Do you know what you look like, Antosha?
На блюзовую импровизацию.
Like blues improv. I blinked in bewilderment.
Это как?
What do you mean?
Для меня все люди с чем-то ассоциируются.
I always associate people I know with something.
И для меня, но не с музыкой же.
I do that too. But why music?
Вот как раз с музыкой.
It can't be anything other than music.
Бывают
Some
люди
people...
гитарные соло. Или барабанный бой. Или военный марш, как наша Лилия Павловна.
Some people are like guitar solos. Some are drums. People like our Lilia Pavlovna are war marches.
А ты такой задумчивый, таинственный, иногда немного печальный.
And you're so thoughtful, so mysterious, sometimes even a bit sad.
Ты точно блюз.
You're definitely blues.
А почему импровизация?
And what about the improv part?
А это когда слушатель не догадывается, куда свернет мелодия, какой темп возьмет.
It's when the listener has no idea where the melody will go, what tempo it will adopt. Of course, some of the things Polina said went completely over my head. But I couldn't stop looking at her smile, light like a breeze in May, and her eyes, deep and blue.
Чтобы распознать в тебе музыку, нужен опыт и вкус.
One needs to have experience and taste to recognize the music in you.
Это не какая-то там эстрада.
You're not some pop music.
Я, наверное, вообще не знаю, что такое этот блюз.
I don't think I even know what blues is. Polina gasped and frowned, which made her look even more beautiful.
Не произноси при мне такие слова. Я тебе обязательно дам кассету.
Don't say something like that to my face. I'll make sure to give you a cassette.
Раньше мне дедушка из города столько музыки привозил. И джаз, и свинг, и классику.
Grandpa used to bring me so much music from the city. Jazz, swing, and classical too.
Это он подметил, что у меня склад ума, как у музыканта.
He was the one to notice my musical's mindset.
Я еще совсем маленькой пыталась на бумаге записать звуки природы. Пение дождя, леса.
When I was still very little, I tried recording the sounds of nature on paper. The songs of the rain, the forest.
Эх, мне бы твои уши.
I wish I had ears like you.
А мне бы твои глаза.
And I'd love to have your eyes. I tensed up, worrying that she was making fun of me, but Polina shook her head.
Да-да, я серьезно. У тебя глаза художника.
No, I'm serious. You have the eyes of an artist.
Смотришь на вещи и фиксируешь их. Я так не умею.
You're so good at picturing things. I can't do that. Woo! Katya walked past us with her trademark frosty glare. We dove into the shadows, trying to escape it.
Теперь понимаешь, почему мы тут прячемся? Вот из-за таких, как она.
Sleepy. Yep. She's gonna pull the eyes out. Yep. Only got eyes for you, baby. You understand why we're hiding here, right? Because of people like her.
А Катька какая мелодия.
And what kind of melody is Katya? Polina flashed me a sly smile.
Скрип несмазанных дверных петель.
The squeaking sound of unoiled door hinges.
Знаешь, такой мерзкий дискант.
You know, this scant? I giggled, covering my mouth. Katya didn't hear our whispers, but she suddenly glanced over her shoulder, clearly annoyed. A moment later, she sighed and went her way. I mean, how dark is that cul-de-sac? I remembered about the notebook I was still clutching in my hand. I turned it in my hands. Instead of a subject name, the front side had the name of the owner and 2 words, friends only.
Любопытной Варваре кое-что оторвали.
Curiosity killed the cat, you know.
Прости, это анкета?
I'm sorry, is this a questionnaire?
Заполнял когда-нибудь?
Have you ever filled one? Boop, 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 boop. I'd lied that I had. In reality, classmates from my previous school never had asked me to fill their questionnaires. It was quite upsetting. What's questionnaires? I mean, it was a girl hobby. You just answer a set of standard questions about your favorite actors and colors, but entrusting someone with such a notebook was a sign of friendship. Huh, interesting. And maybe of something even more, something I only had a vague idea about.
Хочешь, заполни мою?
You can... They are children. You can fill in mine if you want. My heartbeat quickened.
Хочу.
I do. Thank you. Polina giggled. I didn't say it. I did not say it.
А хотя... Там же
Actually,
столько секретов.
there are so many secrets there.
Наверное, лучше тебе не знать, о
You'd
чем мы,
be
девочки,
better off not
думаем.
knowing what we girls think. She reached for the notebook, playing with me. I tossed my finding into my free hand. Polina tried to intercept my move. Man, just this close-up. Oh, look at her hair. Look at her eyes. Ooh, 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 ooh. Her hair briefly touched my face, tickling my nose with its silky locks. I sensed an aroma that immediately filled the whole world. Fragrant, alluring, lively. Is it berries? Is it berries? Is it freedom berries? If only I could picture it, steal it for myself. I felt dizzy, but I gathered myself and spoke in a voice reminiscent of Lieutenant Tikhonov.
Ваша анкета является важнейшей уликой, и я вынужден временно изъять ее для изучения.
Your questionnaire is an important piece of evidence, so I am afraid I have to confiscate it for further examination. Polina covered her mouth that rounded in fake horror.
И что мне грозит за сокрытие улик?
And what are the implications of concealing evidence?
Следствие покажет.
We'll decide that in the course of our investigation.
Сдаюсь, товарищ милиционер.
I surrender, Mr. Policeman. Yeah, GBRP. Yeah. I was very well behaved, Fallen. You'd be proud of me.
Только обещайте ничего не читать.
Just promise you won't read anything.
Здесь содержатся секретные сведения.
It's full of sensitive information.
Боюсь, что мне все-таки придется выяснить, не влюблен ли кто в гражданина Петрова.
I'm afraid I'll have to investigate whether someone is in love with Mr. Petrov. Polina burst out laughing and pressed herself against my chest, showering me with the aroma of her hair and her milky skin that looked almost transparent, with tiny threads of veins running under. Okay. I've read this before in books where they're like milky skin that looks almost transparent. How is that sexy? You see all the fucking veins in there. How's that sexy? What's the sexiness about that? Please tell me. I mean, I often see that in like, you know, vampire blah blah, and that's vampire blah blah, but you know, like in general, like how's that sexy? Look, ooh, veins. If you don't know, you don't know. I mean, Sevens, if you know, explain it. Yeah, I don't understand the veins part. Like, I understand, like, ooh, smooth skin. I understand that. And like, pretty skin. I get that. I get that. But veins? Like, focusing on the veins? I don't understand. Yes, the fleshy human bits, yeah. I see you to avoid the sun. Yeah. Fetishes people don't. I mean, it, like... I feel like it's not really a fetish, though, right? I guess, like... I guess it could fall under the same way that, like, people, ogle, like, the veins that pop out with muscles, Maybe that kind of thing, when they worky outy and then they have the veins that pop out. So maybe it's something like that, maybe? Same kind of attraction? Veins equal blood. Blood equals sexy. That is true. There is blood play and all that. There you go. Answered your question. I mean, that is my hypothesis. It's not necessarily confirmed. Go through this kid's freak. But muscle veins seem different. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. It could also be just the older tradition stuff, that kind of thing, where, they're like, pale skin, so sakushi.
I just want to announce QP sussy level increased after tentacle post time. Ooh ooh.
Ooh ooh ooh. Ooh ooh ooh. Ooh ooh. What's what more? Is there more sus? Where's the sus? I see the tentacle. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Some milky skin to find out. I mean, again, like, I understand that people are attracted to various types of skin, and especially ones that are nicely moisturized and stuff like that. Can be attractive. I know there's the whole classical look of, like, pale skin being attractive and stuff like that versus, because it's like, noble people don't work out in the sun, so like, attractive, blah blah. I understand that. It's increased after post. Oh, yeah. So her sussy level. Okay, yeah. Yes, I too enjoy humans that have skin and fur, right? Oil is really, really epic. Like what? Oil wrestling? Are we talking about like that, or are we talking about moisturizing? Oh, okay. Just shiny. Okay. I mean, oil can expand to many different things, yes. But shiny skin, I can understand that. Does that mean you're also into latex then? Seven? Let's talk about Seven's kinks here. You prefer massages. Okay, alright. Yeah, but that's not veins, exactly. Latex on legs is cool. And the thing is, you have to oil latex to upkeep it and to put it on, that kind of thing, because you can't have it stick to each other or it's going to ruin it, because it'll rip. And to put it on, you have to oil the inside of it so you can slide stuff on, So I feel like you would probably like latex in general. And it's also shiny, so that also fills that necessity. Pale skin is a cultural beauty thing. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying with like nobility and stuff like that, because they didn't work outside, so it was the whole like, ooh, sexy lady. I mean, it's just like the growing the fingernails thing and like foot binding and all that stuff. You didn't have to work, so it's a sign of prosperity and wealth and blah 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 blah. The full body is too much. Seems like way too much work. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of upkeep to maintain like actual latex clothing and stuff like that, because you have to put oil on it and in it, that kind of thing, when you wear it. So again, it doesn't stick when you're wearing it, and you can actually slip it on. And then afterwards, you also have to because I think you have to wash it and put powder on it, so then it doesn't, like when you store it, you don't have it stick to each other, because then it will stick permanently and then it will fuck it up. Yeah. Can you use talcum powder? Yeah, I think so. Didn't want to learn about. Yeah, it's very sad. Yeah, you gotta store it properly. Yeah. Fallen knows all about the latex. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. Now all I can think of is like a bondagey spoopy burb, you know, with the whole witch doctor mask thing going on. Ooh, woo woo. Okay, anyway. I mean, it's 100% a thing. I think I've even seen that kind of thing on TikTok. Yeah, I could find it. Yeah, but like, you know, theater of the mind. Think about it. Makes me want to burp. But her whisper was hot, like a piece of butter sizzling on a pan.
Тогда поклянитесь, что не станете разглашать информацию.
Then swear that you will keep this information private.
Честная милицейская.
I swear on my police badge.
А теперь, Антоша,
And now we need to hurry,
время
Antosha.
поторопиться.
I guess we should look at this and then probably end it then, yeah? For the evening. I took out the notebook during class. With utmost care, as if it was some sort of fragile treasure. Skimmed through it, reading into other people's preferences. I was quite surprised to discover Romka's jerky handwriting inside. February, hanging out, buying a BMW. Don't trust, don't fret, don't ask. DuckTales. His letters bulged out of the cells as if embarrassed by their shapelessness. Man, every single girl is after Anton, yeah? Also wondering about this excitement when you said, let's talk about Seven Sussy. He's starting his harem now, yeah? I mean, this guy is basically Tim, right? He's starting his idol group. He's gonna have a fox girl and a violin girl. A demon force lord girl. DuckTales, woo! Fearsome Romka found time for something so silly. I chuckled into my fist after I found out that Romka's favorite cartoon is not even Darkwing Duck, but DuckTales. Somewhere in the distance, a teacher was reciting pieces of Andreev's Snapper. I paid them no mind. Oh yeah, Mean Elsa. That is true. You need to have the mean girl to yell at people. Polina's page was decorated with flower drawings and clippings from the Cool Girl magazine. Okay, alright. What's this? Listening, see the world. Losing the people I love. She sounds kind of boring. Favorite musician is Schubert. Her best friend is her grandpa. Her hobby is not violin, like I expected, but a much more mysterious listening. Can such a mundane process really be someone's hobby? I looked at Polina over the heads of other students. She was focused on taking notes. Flipped the pages until I found a blank one and armed myself with a pen. Anton Petrov, Class 6B. It took a long time to decide on my favorite musician, until a trendy pop band, Carman, came to mind with the cool dancers in their music videos. Carman? A Soviet and Russian techno-pop band most popular from the late 80s to early 90s, founded by Bogdan Titomir and Sergei Limuk. It is mostly remembered for unique dancing performances and for writing a music theme for the Captain Cronin cartoon. Okay. California. Fox Chan. Favorite holiday? This one's easy. New Year's. My hobby is drawing. Go to Disney. Go to get Disney. I forgot about that. He wanted to like sell his comics or whatever and go to Disney. Well, I mean, the way we use Disney in when we play games, he might highly likely go to Disney, just not the happy Disney. I've ever getting this in my head. I swear that it says like California. Yeah. Might be on the way. Yeah, exactly. My hero. My hand moved on its own, writing da. I stopped on those two letters. What if those who read this after me will find my answer laughable and stupid? I mean, she wrote Grandpa. What's wrong with Dad? After thinking for a bit, I decided that not everything should be disclosed on paper. That's how Dad turned into Spider-Man. Okay, the spelling was wrong, but who cares? Okay, alright. Now they just think you can't spell. Okay. Your biggest fear, huh? I immediately wrote losing a person who's dear to me. Didn't. Just like Rocket's Rock. That's fair. He's your hero. Spider-Man. Your phone number. No secret here. 303-95. Your favorite cartoon. Transformers. More than meets the eye. Best friend. In the pen's cap. I remember Elisa gliding behind the trees, laughing enthusiastically from the shot. She put you up for a sacrifice. And this is going to be your consideration for best friend? For bestie? Okay, I guess. Whatever. I hadn't seen her in a week, and it even made me worried. Spider-Man, yeah. Wow. After all, she was the one who stopped the colossus of a monster that wandered the forest in the night from tearing me. Did she really stop him? Did she really? I am unsure. Sacrifice makes the list, yeah. Don't diss the safety fox. I will. I mentioned a masked girl to Ramka and Biasha before, but they just gave me weird looks. I wonder what she's up to right now. Your best friend. I read the question out loud. It was easy, but at the same time very important. My answer consisted of 3 letters, and I filled them in the cells with care. You. Uh-huh. You. I repeated when running out of the school. Okay, well, we filled that out. I'm gonna stop it here. Have a nice save. I think we'll save here, overwrite that one, just in case anything gets corrupted, because we remember that this game had issues, even with the whole having to reload everything and replay everything between episodes. But yeah, I appreciate everybody hanging out. I know this game isn't necessarily... like visual novels in general aren't necessarily very interesting to watch, but this was actually pretty funny for a horror deal. Sleep outside. No. As long as we have one save as a memory of our rock-based triumph. Yeah, that one right there. We'll save it. Yeah. But yeah, I need to find a do person. But it was a lot of fun, and we had a lot of laughs. I'm glad we're having good story times together. I really did not expect Monster Garage to be a thing that is urban legend eating kids. That was not expected at all. But, you know, I guess whatever, you know? Being a different culture helps make it interesting. Yeah. Rock save will hold everything together, exactly. Bit off the rails, pro tag is insane. What's actually going on? Have you on the right monitor? Yeah, thank you. Rock always and always go right. Will never lead me astray. It is a solid foundation. All right. Let's see. I'm thinking we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Artfully Ari. I think. They are. She's celebrating 150 followers, and she's celebrating with getting over it. So I feel like that's a good do. Yeah. Support her in her slow descent or ascent into madness. I don't know. I guess just descent most of the time, right? Let's see. I will spell this right. I am determined. Is that right? It is. Yeah, high five me. Okay. They're still amazing. Yeah, the screams from QP's stuff. It's pretty good. All I remember is harmonica from that game. That's all I remember. It's that's it. No think. Only toot toot. Oh man. All right. But I mean, isn't that how you give high fives? You slap the titty. We heard these lies, so many lies. But yeah, I guess we'll figure out on Thursday what we want to do, if we want to do because I'm invested in this story now. I need to find out what happened with Garage and Candy Gun Lord. But anyway, we'll decide on Thursday for real what we're doing, if we're doing observation duty or more of this. We'll see. Anyway, drink your water, eat your veggies, take your meds, get some good sleep. I appreciate all of you. Say hello to Ari, Artfully Ari, and goodbye. Go pee. Success.
That was super easy. And that is like half of my life is just making things more difficult than it is.
Yeah.
I love that emo. It's great. Dude, I look away.